guardian of the 8th city, surrender to the hand of heaven.
The devil doesn't kneel before false angels.
So be it. You are not the only one without fear! My birth and past are tainted. I fight to reclaim them each day. For heaven! Straight to hell! Glorious! Thoughts and prayers! Blessed blaze! Fury! Now is the time for salvation! Heaven! Fall! Submit! Weaklings! Overconfidence will destroy you.
And welcome back, gamers and grass touchers, to the Marvel Rivals Ignite series stage 2 here at the Asia region. Welcome back for another day of banger knockouts and crazy compositions. My name is Multitudes, and of course joining with me virtually is the one and only Dan. How are we feeling?
I'm feeling good. It's another day, another step closer to potential international glory. And what better way to do it here in day 2 of stage 2 of Marvel Rivals Ignite. And we've got so many great matchups coming in. And I'm more than excited to just bring you all through all of that action.
Indeed. Storylines will be set in the next few hours. Today we'll be digging deep, both player-wise as well as caster-wise, because we've got a few series up our hands. But hey, as players yourselves, as viewers here, you'll be interested in the Season 4.0 roadmap that's laid out all for you. It is indeed September 12th. It kind of depends on which part of the world you are in, but most people should be already in September 12th. We've already got our latest Asgardian hero, Angela, dropping into the scene. Plus, of course, new arcade modes that can be freely mixed and matched, and a whole slew of new things that are dropping our way. New costumes, the swimsuit specials as well as a new map coming out towards the end of this month.
A lot of things to look forward for the rest of this month. Like you said, 4.0 should be out, should be ready to go. And with that, we've got the Angel that has been upgraded for your command. Rest assured, with on her side, those lawless scum will soon face the public eye's judgment. And you've got that snazzy looking Skull 2099 costume for Angela, which will be released on Season 4.0, which is, for most people, right now. And it's going to be allowing you to rise above chaos and deliver judgment. And we've talked about this time and time again. We love a Flying Vanguard here as our newest addition to the Marvel Rivals roster.
Yes, we're almost there. We're almost there to a full flyer composition, a full stack of 6 high in the sky. But hey, I also know what some of you folks are here on Twitch or YouTube looking for. There are Twitch drops here for Season 4 starting in approximately 4 hours time. And if you watch up to 4 hours, you will get yourself that Will of Galactica Blade costume skin, looking snazzy as always. One of the newest heroes to have dropped into the scene. So be sure to stick around either at twitch.tv/ any of the Marvel Rivals official channels, or look out for your favorite content creator playing Marvel Rivals as well.
Precisely. Not only here in the official Marvel Rivals channels, you also have your favorite streamers, like you said. So you have a lot of time to work with. Got what, almost a whole month to work with to get that Blade costume. And with all of our due diligences out of the way, we are soon enough heading into our 4 best of 3s of tonight. Yesterday was a bit of a warm-up night, you could say, with only 3 best of 3s, but now we've got 1 extra for you guys.
That is absolutely correct. And yeah, we had a few matchups yesterday for these teams to start things off with their first round, first point win ever here in the group stages. But we will also be seeing at least, I want to say, 6 teams today entering their first matchups as well. And of course, we'll run through all those details. But, you know, day 2 doesn't mean that it's not the beginning for some of these teams stepping fresh into the server. Some old names, some fresh faces, some young blood to bring us the action.
Yeah, fresh faces, old faces alike. But some of these old faces could be on different team banners. And you'll see that. That's a little bit of a subtle foreshadowing, but we'll get to that when we can. But for now, we should dive into our first match, and it's none other than Reject versus Zero Tenacity, 2 teams that have a bit of history within the roster themselves.
Indeed. I mean, everyone's probably here for Reject as well. They were the winners for the Stage 1 Asia region not too long ago. Made their debut on the LAN stage with the first ever LAN tournament here for Marvel Rivals Ignite in Guangzhou, China. And unfortunately didn't quite go the distance. Made it through a little bit in the lower brackets before stumbling out. But hey, it is what it is as we kind of bring you the schedule here for Asia, one of the earliest regions here to kick off our Stage 2. We'll be running through group stages for the next week and a half, so we'll finish through to Sunday, and we'll pick things back up on Thursday next week to finish off the group stages in a standard round-robin fashion before we head to those playoffs.
Yeah, playoffs will be that double elimination format, so if you lose once, not the end of the world. You still got 1 more match to redeem yourself. And here we take a look at how all of these teams have made it here into Stage 2. Some of them coming in as direct invites from Stage 1, some coming from the open qualifiers themselves, and 1 team coming in from the Marvel Rivals Championship Season 2, which most of you see in-game and are able to track that quite easily.
Indeed. And hey, 7 out of the 12 teams here in the Asia region came from MRC or OQ. So this is your sign, Marvel Rivalers, because hey, grab your favorite 6 stacks, hop onto the servers and make yourself a bit of a showing here in the servers, because there is money on the line, a total of $100,000 for as a prize pool for the winnings. Yes, if you're in top 12, you really get a nice consolation prize, regardless if you move out of the group stages, but you want to be gunning for that first prize moolah.
Yeah, not only do you get all that moolah and potential bling for your favorite characters, you also get a chance at that international glory with the grand finals coming later in the year, later down the line. And you also want to make yourself known, make a name for yourself there on the biggest stage of Marvel Rivals history. That's
indeed. You know, Group A's being shown here on the graphic right now, and we'll slowly hop onto Group B, which is, we kind of talked about it yesterday, Dan. Pretty stacked of a grouping. Got some heavy hard hitters here, some titans amongst the Davids, and hopefully one of them will bring a nice slingshot and a rock to show us all that gods do indeed bleed. But you know, only time will tell, and that'll have to settle on the server. And of these 6 teams per group, it's gonna be the top 4 that will make it out alive into the playoffs. So every point counts. We talk about day 1 being important, but hey, even in day 2, it's going to be the first point for some of these teams to get under their belt to put on the scoreboard. So it's going to be equally as important for today's matchups.
And speaking of those matchups, we've got 4 of them all ready to go for you. And taking a look, RC Reject versus Zero Tenacity will kick things off in a few minutes time. Right after, we've got XOXO1 versus U-Winx. Genji against Down Payment will be the 3rd match, and we will finish things off with Crazy Raccoon and Assemble Fire playing against each other, which we've already seen yesterday.
Yeah, indeed. You know, it's going to be the first 6 coming in online into the servers for the first time. And chat, let me know which matchup you are most invested in. Us casters, we have our biases as well. I personally am very interested in the 3rd matchup between Genji and Down Payment, but I think, Dan, you spoke about that first match, right?
Yeah, we talked about the first match. Yeah, Reject and Zero Tenacity. We said this not too long ago. They've got a bit of history between the two. Reject, as we all know, are the reigning champions from Stage 1, making a name for themselves in Stage 2, albeit they did go through a little bit of a minor roster adjustment. But then you've got the other side of Zero Tenacity. Some of these names you may have heard before, most notably on that Genji roster back in Stage 1.
Indeed, the likes of Dotori, the likes of CZ, the likes of Kadia, right? I mean, chat, I see you doing your homework as well. There are some hard hitters that have come from bigger names joining the Zero Tenacity roster and able to, you know, bring a bit of a showing here throughout the MR Championships Season 2, and finally against Reject themselves. And as you called it, you know, not much of a roster change. They did drop Mocha, unfortunately, the in-house strategist, not too long ago, and picked up a couple of new ones that basically came from Yo-Young, I'm gonna mess it up, Yo-Young 1, which then transformed to Zero Tenacity. So there's a lot of kind of cannibalism happening within the scene right now.
Yeah, it gets to a point where Zero Tenacity, you could really call them a baby Genji in a way. So in theory, it's kind of like a quote-unquote Reject Genji back in the grand finals. We can't unfortunately make them force a map number 8 like we saw in the grand finals in Stage 1. But here in day 2, it's only day 2, so we gotta ease things in with the best of 3. And there's no other place to start that best of 3 other than Krakoa, which will be our domination map for this match.
I love it, right? Krakoa, domination to start things off, King of the Hill style, as we try to battle it out onto a single point to determine who gets the leg up here in this best of 3. I'm looking at Rejects, the likes of Finale, the likes of Gnome and Gargoyle being that dive duo. And hopefully we see some picks and bans kind of reflect that, because Zero Tenacity definitely want to bring their advantage here on this first point.
Yeah, and taking a look at the bans as well and the locks, after what we saw in the mid-season finals, I think we talked about this yesterday as well. It seemed like a switch has been flipped in most of these teams, having them realize, wait, these strategists kind of changed the game. We have to play around those. And with that, it's just a lot more emphasis on these strategists here in the picks and bans.
But Captain America tends to be a second favorite in terms of a pick and ban as well. Typically found in that second phase, like we saw time and time again with yesterday's matchups. Already Rejects securing the freedom charge for themselves, wanting to hog all that freedom for their team, wanting to perhaps make a bit of a showing against Zero Tenacity. So we'll have to see how Zero Tenacity work around this very targeted pick, right? Psylocke being banned out, that's definitely one against Finale.
Ooh, and they take it for themselves as well, denying that extra backline access, extra burst potential coming in for Reject. But both teams
Pick your
playing
hero or villain.
their
I'm not
draft to
judging.
their utmost advantage, but I feel like Reject do come out on top right now on paper, especially securing the Captain America, securing the Luna, two very good ultimates that will keep the entirety of Reject alive.
Yeah. And what's also interesting is I feel like we haven't gone, at least for today, you know, this will be the fourth matchup we've seen, Dan, and we have not seen any deviation in terms of instant ban out from Loki and instant ban out from the Mantis as well. I mean, those two are just instantly clocked out. They don't want any of that action.
Yeah, exactly. And that's valid, right? We're still on the 3.5 patch, still going to be on that for at least for this week. So these teams will have to adapt as soon as the 4.0 patch drops. But for now, yeah, Luna Snow, still a very strong pick. Loki, still very strong. They haven't been nerfed yet in this first week. And it's just a big question mark, really, of how these teams are going to adapt as soon as 4.0 drops.
2, 1.
Yeah, you know, for the rest of us players, a lot of us are just waiting for that 4.0 to drop, but at least in the tournament, we'll still be running 3.5 patch, at least for the rest of the week until Sunday. Before next week, we'll flip over that tournament patch into 4.0 already. Marvel, one of the newer players here from Rejects, taking into that Captain America pick that they've held for themselves. Might be a bit of a nuisance, but Zero Tenacity, focus your sights on the point itself to play objectives.
Yeah, Marvel is kind of just on the side, just trying to cause as much disruption as possible. XZ doing the same as well. He's got good access. He sees a low Finale and will finish him off. Finale, also a star player in a sense on the side of Reject. We've seen him go absolutely crazy in stage 1, but unfortunately XZ will come out on top.
Yeah, XZ, I feel like it's a rematch, but from a different team, you know, previously from Genji, now Rocky and Zero Tenacity onto the backline. Izayaki absolutely wiped out, now harassing the other strategists, diving into it, forcing out the Cocoon. Will have to back off, and Piggy will be right there with them, pressing the issue a little bit more. The shields able to sustain the likes of Reject a little bit more, and Zero Tenacity get themselves a leg up here on this first point.
Yeah, and they've got the ultimates online as well. Wendy with the Fate of Both Worlds. XZ also threatening the Butterfly. Jerry with the Phoenix Dive as well. All of these ultimates coming in, and they're going to be stacked up as XZ comes out with a double. Wipes out 2 of the strategists right off the get-go, and it gives Reject no chance to access the site.
They're trying to press, though. Freedom Charge leads.
Oh, wait, okay, never mind.
Leads the charge itself. Finale with a 2-for for a price of 0 onto the duelist, trying to make more happen. And Zero Tenacity now forcing out the Fate of Both Worlds. A beautiful right click from Gargoyle. It is pinpoint accuracy coming out from the Adam Warlock. Now, at least the Eternal Bond trying to evade the likes of this Jeff. But the Dobie makes quick work of that.
Zero Tenacity still a great piece of information is they still have control of the site, but it's not until now that Reject take over. Zero Tenacity stay at 63. Reject only starting to charge up that point just now, and Zero Tenacity, they're gladly going to regroup, wait for Wendy to respawn, and then go at it one more time.
They still have Finale with the end song Inferno, just to be able to play time as a zoning tool that we've seen time and time again in the mid-season finals, just waiting for Captain America to start things up. Bit of harassment, bit of side intonation and side distractions. That's precisely what you want to stagger the rest of the team, but senses blood in the water and takes out Finale once and for all.
Yeah, quick assassination coming in from XC. Zero Tenacity have a lot of ultimates to work with, but Reject also have their own as well. But Finale is going to be out of the fight for just a little bit. XC doing what he knows what to do best as a Psylocke and just tries to just bother these strategists, but the rest of Zero Tenacity are just going to go straight in, forcing a retake. They forced the objective, and they will want to just try, and they will do so to try to find a way back in, but Reject have something to say about it immediately.
The Vanguard just holding control as the Vanguards that we want them to be, rejecting the likes of Zero Tenacity out of the point, and they're still holding on firm, overtaking that point percentage just barely a few seconds ago. They've got the Karmic Revival on their hands, which means Gargoyle's going to be hiding around somewhere, and I sense that ZC is going to try to flush that out. That's going to be important to whittle down the numbers from Reject.
Yep. Now it's all eyes on Zero Tenacity here as Reject are charging up the point. Now a few percentage points away from taking this round number one, but Dobie will find a pick onto Wendy. That's a big pick to get, but XC gets two important ones for himself as the rest of Zero Tenacity flood onto the site. Dobie will find no smite, but Gargoyle comes in with the Karmic Revival. He was able to get it off in time, like you said, and that will keep Reject in the fight. Wendy will use the Fate of Both Worlds to keep the team alive, but now Reject, they have to find a way to get Zero Tenacity away, force them away. But for now, it seems as Zero Tenacity will not have any of it, but Reject will take over instead.
It's just wipe after wipe, trying to send them back into the server room. No smite with the desperation teleport, but Gargoyle immediately says no at the finale moments, taking this first point for themselves.
Great play coming in from both teams, right? Zero Tenacity were able to take early control. XZ with the flanks, with the assassinations, and was just able to just become that nuisance that Reject had to handle. But in the end, Reject found a way back, and they're able to secure themselves that round number one. Quick checkup on the ultimates. Both Phoenixes having their ultimates online.
30 seconds.
Strategist ultimates.
Get ready.
Not looking so good on the side of Zero Tenacity. Reject do have Izayaki at 79%. So that's going to be a very important meter to look at when we go into this next round.
Yeah, I mean, again, that 12-second sustain from the Fate of Both Worlds can mean everything from staying on and capturing that point or being sent back as a whole team into the spawn room. That's going to be a big one to think about, as right now that those bears about to drop. I also want to call out Dobie's little Jeff ultimate, just trying to be a counter towards that Eternal Bond. You know, it's not the typical one that we see that maybe is a Meteor M counter, but hey, it does the exact same thing to take out the Eternal Bond.
Tenacity do adjust onto the Magneto like we talked about with that Meteor M, try to get that burst damage down to deny a key ultimate from coming down. Either it's from Dobie or Izayaki.
A nice deep freeze.
Just having that potential of making a game-changing ultimate is important in the eyes of Zero Tenacity. But for now, Reject look to take over the site. They get it to half, but they can't get the meter going just yet.
Right now, the map's flipped on itself, right? Both teams have migrated in terms of where they've positioned. Now Marvel's trying to make themselves a bit of a nuisance here in this backline. The strategists playing ping pong with each other, dancing within the healing bubble. And now the Fate of Both Worlds pop. He goes in for the dub and does get away with it. Dobie won't find Wendy, and now it's starting to crumble for Zero Tenacity.
Yeah, we talked about this right before the round started, right? Izayaki was very close to the Fate of Both Worlds. So in a sense, Reject inevitably would have taken early control of the site, and they do so as we expected. Zero Tenacity, it's not until now where they have their key ultimates coming back up.
Yeah, it's kind of wild that Rejects are running triple strategists, right? That's the interesting thing, that effectively means that they don't necessarily have that much damage, but collectively they're able to zone out and pick their eliminations wisely. Now Zero Tenacity back for some blood, has to try to get themselves onto this point with some KDA action around using those barriers. But in the backline, Marvel being one of the absolute nuisance, taking out Jerry almost at an instant.
Yeah, Eternal Bond is going to be forced out by Dotori. Ghostman and Kaidia are also threatening their ultimates as well, but Reject will respond. Gargoyle does also have the Karmic Revival available, and that did change the fight in that round number 1. Gargoyle looking to do it again.
Hopefully they were able to pull it off, but the chip away now. Jerry's right up with there onto Piggy, making sure that one of the Vanguards is taken care of. The Sparks are going absolutely wild, and onto Gargoyle we go. Karmic Revival absolutely denied. Able to bring back one Piggy in the midst of it all, but no more Marvel as well. Both Vanguards back in action. Jeff's already popped. There is Jeff as well. I'm not sure if they caught everyone in the midst of it, but look at that feed. Turned out Blue, spitting out 3 of enemies. One managed to make it out, I believe, but hey, it's just too much, too little, too late.
Is almost yours.
What an ultimate coming out of Dobie right there. 3 members of Zero Tenacity caught inside the mouth of that land shark. And Reject look to keep on holding, keep on going forward, but no smite. Has to switch with Desperation Teleport coming in. 5% left for Reject to take this map number 1. But Zero Tenacity, they do get the portal down. They are able to take control of the site for a little bit. But Finale is untouched. Look at the AoE potential coming in, but Finale is all the way in melee range. He's going to do so much damage as Jerry is in 1-1. Both Phoenixes finding a pick for themselves. But who is going to take over? It's going to be Reject. Everyone of Zero Tenacity could not hold, could not stay, and they will fall in map number 1.
Beautifully done from the side of Rejects. I mean, it's just textbook right now that the way they're playing against Zero Tenacity is just absolutely adoring to watch. Triple strategist means that the stains out, but if you get dived in your backline, you just basically play ping pong with each other and then press the issue when you have map space. We saw right at the tail end the likes of Marvel plus Finale pressing that map control, getting XZ out of the way early, which means that they're down 1 for that Desperation Teleport.
XZ looked so good in the beginning. I think in both of those rounds, right? He was able to find the strategist, was just able to just pester them so much to the point where Reject kind of just, in a way, just avoided that Psylocke entirely, and they were just going all in, full force against the rest of Zero Tenacity, and I think that game plan really did work out in their favor in the end.
Indeed, indeed, and hey, it only took day 2 before we saw Jeff here, joined us by Adobe. I mean, honestly, inspired by the likes of that mid-season finals, I think is extremely, extremely fun to see Jeff come on, and is very well supported. Triple strategist is precisely when you can run both an Adam Warlock plus a Jeff, and using the It's Jeff ultimate in precise surgical manners, like, hey, popping it at the tail end of an enemy's Eternal Bond to suck them away and deny, does the exact same thing as perhaps a Meteor M, but you don't have to try to aim that little meatball in the sky towards a small target. You have such a big AoE to counter. But hey, even in spite of all that, Zobi managed to have a nice 3-for for themselves, a big swallow for the Land Shark.
Yeah, not only that, Dobie didn't go down a single time. That is a 0 on the eliminated stat line. I think that's our second one already, where,
yes,
yeah, second person where someone has gone undefeated, unkillable, and not only that, it's also Jeff, so also one of the more slippery heroes to work with, and here it was no different.
here was no different indeed. We have the replays coming out. We just talked about the Jeff Ultimate. But hey, just early on during the replay, we saw XZ really doing their best, right? I felt like it was the flanks and catching some of these players off guard with a well-placed Psylocke left-right click combination that XZ was able to turn the tides for their team. And Zero Tenacity, they have to dig deep and utilize that a bit more should they continue with the Psylocke. But apart from that, I thought it was barely countered, you know, from the likes of Marvel as well as that triple strategist wanting to play ping pong with each other when the time's right. You know you can rely on your fellow strategists when your life is in danger.
Yeah, and triple strategist was the name of the game for Retech. They were able to play around that Psylocke as best as they could. XZ really did so much work, but unfortunately just wasn't enough to take over that map number 1. And yeah, props to Zero Tenacity in the end. They were able to put up a good fight, but now we have to look forward to map number 2. How did they adjust? What map would they pick? And how would they go about it?
Yeah, I mean, the good news is that they probably have a lot of VODs to work against Rejects. And Rejects, you know, one of the most prolific teams here in the Marvel Rivals Asia scene. So a lot that you can kind of analyze. And here's to hoping that they were able to kind of flip open their strat book and pull out a little bit. I'm looking at the likes of, you know, XZ trying to be a bit more of a nuisance in the backline should they run the solo flanker once again. I'm looking at the Tori as well as Kadia, you know, household names here in the Marvel Rivals scene coming from Genji, wanting to replicate some success that they've seen in their previous scrims with, you know, big tier players. That has to come into the play for map 2. This is the best of 3. It is the make it or break it moment for Zero Tenacity, and we'll have to see if Rejects kind of rejects them and puts them in their place. Only time will tell. We'll cut to a short 5-minute break, but don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the bring all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. I remember the time, the place we used to fight like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are?
Welcome back, gamers and grass touchers, to day 2 here of the Marvel Rivals Ignite Asia region. Hey chat, come here. I just want to do a quick fire, FAQ with you folks. 3 questions I want to quickly address. 1, this is not a replay. 2, tournament is still running on season 3.5, and 3, drops will be enabled for that Will of Galactica Blade skin coming out shortly in about 3.5 hours. What do you have to do until then? Stick around with us. We've got bangers of matches in front of us. Dan, are you ready for map 2?
I hope so, because both of these teams have been playing out of their minds. Reject and Zero Tenacity just going absolutely ham on each other, but Reject did come out on top in that first map. And now all questions are on Zero Tenacity as to how they're going to address a way to get back into the series, and what better way is it for them to choose Hall of Jalia here in map number 2.
Hall of Jalia, indeed. I mean, that's going to be the map where they have to fight back and make it in their own. I'm thinking in terms of the picks and bans that they had done in the past. They actually did a targeted ban against Finale, taking out that Psylocke, which Finale just hopped onto Phoenix, one of the newer heroes here in the hero pool, and were able to just make mincemeat of the crowding that was happening from the side of Zero Tenacity. They're running double shields. They know that they typically will move as a team, especially because they were banned out the Captain America. They can't dive as hard. And so it was a bit of a perfect play that Rejects brought onto the stage for map 1. We'll have to see what Zero Tenacity fire back for the second.
Yeah, sometimes you gotta wonder if Reject were ready for that kind of target, right? We've seen Finale pop off not only on Psylocke, we've also seen him pop off on the Human Torch in stage 1. We've also seen him now going crazy on the Psylocke, which has been a very, very popular duelist pick for every team we've seen so far. And we see that it's going to be no different as the tournament goes on. But yeah, big question mark as to if Reject were ready for that kind of play coming in from Zero Tenacity.
Indeed. I mean, Rejects, they used to, I remember they used to run Gnome and Gargoyle a lot that were able to harass the backlines together. But hey, if they now have the likes of Finale and Marvel doing the exact same thing, it is amazing. And mind you, hey, this is the debut for Marvel, right? And it's doing an excellent job with survivability as a Captain America in the backline, and getting a few eliminations themselves is the cherry on top.
Yeah, and Marvel and Izuyaki were part of that Yoyoung 1 roster, which is now Zero Tenacity. So in a way, Zero Tenacity lost 2 of their members to Reject. So it's just a big question mark if Reject are still able to perform at the highest level, and seeing how Marvel and Izuyaki have been performing, it still looks like the Reject we all know and love.
It really is. And the fact that, hey, yeah, Zero Tenacity lost a few players to the side of Reject. They went ahead and picked up Gen G players of their own. They really wanted to bring the heat, and only time will tell if that will happen actually here as we move into the second half of the picks and bans. Nothing too special from the first 3 that we see here in the first half. It's just Luna, Mantis, Loki, just the standards. Dan, what can I say?
Yeah, so far it's been near identical, if not completely identical from what we saw in map number 1. Strategist being the name of the game for both of these teams in terms of prioritization, but Reject still prioritizing that Captain America, and I'm a little bit surprised that Zero Tenacity looked to ban out the Jeff. So I guess Dobby was too big of a problem for Zero Tenacity.
Wow. I mean, amazing. We get by day 2, a Jeff ban that happens against Reject. And also, looking at Ultron,
right
that
heroes
is
could make
2
all the
bans,
difference.
2 hero bans targeted against Adobe, right? I mean, we've seen them take to the skies as Ultron, and with that rage, just able to lay down the land. And it looks like Zero Tenacity have at least studied their handbook a little bit and try to do more targeted bans against the side of Reject. Only time will tell if that'll be enough for them to force the map 3.
Something, yeah. But for now, the locks have been the same for both of these teams. Reject really want to prioritize ways to keep the team alive, which is a very, very safe approach to this game, right? You got 3 ultimates that could keep the team alive and just buy enough time for any other ultimates to come online on the side of Reject. Most notably Gargoyle with the Dance of the Butterfly, Piggy with the Psionic Seduction. These Emma Frost ultimates have been key for both of these teams in these fights, because we've seen them go crazy in those fights, as well as just zone everyone from both sides.
3, 2,
You kind of called it as well, you know. Gargoyle now back on the Psylocke that they have been comfortable on. We don't normally see them on this a lot, but we have once in a few times now.
Whoa.
Right off the rip. Zero Tenacity, I think they've been staggered.
I think they got stunned.
They look, yeah, they're stunned out. So that Doctor Strange, that cooldown has been triggered. No early portal, which means they'll just have to do like the regular person and walk their way to the Heartlands.
That is a crazy play coming in from Zero Tenacity, denying the portal off the rip, and they're forced to use their legs to walk onto the site as XC
Lovely.
finds an isolated 1v1 against Finale. 2-star players in their own right, but it looks like XC will win out on top.
I mean, this happened the same thing from map 1 as well. Now up top, trying to be a nuisance in that back line. Strategists doing their best to sustain this top side fight. As No Smite finally makes his way down onto the point, trying to start their late claims onto the percentage line. The first tickers are already out of the way. Now Reject's actually fragmented in terms of the way their composition is positioned all over the place. Now, with the pressure that Zero Tenacity have come out, it's gonna be XZ finding Izakaya as well as Piggy from the side of Wendy. It's all falling for Zero Tenacity.
Tenacity kind of just walked right on there. Reject, like you said, looked very, very separated. They were all over the place, and they just couldn't cohesively make it onto the site. And Zero Tenacity, with them being clumped together and XE just being that problem again on the back line, it was just enough for them to take over the first point. And for XE, he's got a lot more room to work with. You are playing on a convergence map. These maps naturally are just bigger in surface area as a trade of ultimates come in, but it looks like XE will get the better value out of it.
Yeah, the Dance of the Butterfly is doing exactly that. Now up top is Psylocke being Psylocke. Has to get out because those sparks are really inflaming onto XZ. Now it's a Silent Seduction, trying to force everyone back in the back lane too. But now the pincer onto Cadia, just stopping the seduction early in their tracks.
Yeah, the seduction pulls them in, but the fate of both worlds comes out a little too late. Wasn't able to keep No Smite alive, but it looks like it doesn't really matter as Jerry is able to trade one back. Does have the dive down, but the dance comes on for Gargoyle. Can he find any sort of value? Looks like he will, as Izayaki and Gargoyle will team up to find 2. Marvel teams up for a 3rd, and Reject look to hold for now.
The reset coming out right now. Bit of a back and forth team-wise, and Marvel's doing their best to just check their corners. They're worried about a little sneaky XZ, just hiding around these corners, making sure that those backlines and these pockets are all securely under the defensive realm.
This is a very tough take for Zero Tenacity. They want to try to get through this choke point. I think something worth mentioning, there's also that high ground on this little lane as they go up the stairs, which benefits Reject on the defensive side. So Zero Tenacity really need to get creative.
They're right. They took that high ground themselves. They try to flank from behind now. Gargoyle sets to weakness. It's going to be the meter and looking for a target, but finds nothing. Unfortunately, Rejects have made their way onto the point. Trying to hold things back. Marvel being a nuisance. Has the freedom tech, doesn't even need it. Use science reduction, countering against the likes of Reject.
Yeah, Fatal Growth also being used inside of Reject. They want to hold down this lane, hold down this choke point to utilize that defensive advantage as long as possible. Good Shroud coming in from Gotori to keep Zero Tenacity alive for the time being. But Gargoyle will wipe out Jerry, sends him to the Ancestral Plane. But who else will join him in there?
That's the real question. Is right now it's a pincer from Reject, all on Zero Tenacity. They have to fight on 180 fronts, right? Marvel on one side, Gargoyle on the other. It's a hard and it's a rock and a hard place for Zero Tenacity right now. Oh, almost looking at the dance of the butterflies. Just with the left, right trick now comes out with the dance itself to wipe out Jerry.
Yeah, Finale goes down. Gargoyle will go as well. It looks like Zero Tenacity will finally burst through this lane. And that defensive side advantage on that lane will fall. And Zero Tenacity will finally make it through. 1 minute 40 on the clock.
There might still be one chance for Rejects to have one more team fight to come in through, especially with Marvel holding on to the Freedom Charge. That will probably be key as this card comes ever so closer towards their set point.
Question mark for Reject. Do they commit all of their resources to try to deny the second point? Or do they save and move on as No Smite will take out Dobie? And Reject look to fall on the defense even with that ultimate being used from Marvel. That Freedom Charge now expiring. And it seems like Zero Tenacity should be able to secure the second point.
No Smite just taking names. Kadia right there with them. The second leg is within their control, now pressing the issue. This is the interesting part. This chokehold that we see in front of our eyes at the halls are important. You want to get ahead of the game or else Reject are just going to hold on to the map control for themselves.
Yep, and now Reject have a good chance of denying the third point. Zero Tenacity need to have an absolute monstrous win in this next team fight if they want to secure the third point. Zero Tenacity, keep in mind, their spawn is very, very close to that third point. So if it gets to that point, it's very well going to be in Reject's favor as Gargoyle does a lot of chip damage to Silent Seduction, doing a lot of work here, stunning on multiple members of Zero Tenacity. And the defense will hold, as there is a 3-4-man advantage in favor of Reject, and they will clean up house.
Yeah, I said that the likes of Zero Tenacity had to press the issue. They cut off the cart on their lonesome, and it was the likes of Izakaya who just did a bit of a backward flank, sat on that cart, converted it back to the defense, and there was nowhere that cart was going. You see, he's not even up the stairs right now, had slid back a little bit now. Finally, within the claims of Zero Tenacity, making this Jaguar move ever so close towards the finish line.
Yep, now we got ultimates coming up online. We're going to see that domino effect as the fog appears here on the map. Is that little bit of that randomness coming in only on the Hall of Jalia. Looks like XD will use it to its utmost advantage. Has backline access. When will he press the trigger? When will he press the Q button on the Dance of the Butterfly? He's holding on to it as everyone else is popping their ultimates. As Jerry does take out Dobie with that ultimate, but for now it's the one-man advantage in favor of Zero Tenacity. How long does XD wait until his assassination starts?
So many counter plays on counter plays. This Dance of the Butterfly finds Finale in the midst of it. Now the counter Dance of the Butterfly trying to find these knives into the hearts of your enemies. Jerry is pulling down the fort. We'll find Gargoyle with a nice click onto the head. And this card is moving forward. Last 10 seconds. Overtime will be triggered. Rejects still have a chance to fight back.
Yeah, but Gargoyle looks like he just completely whiffs the ultimate. There was no one in that area. I'm not sure if he got pushed back by an invisible woman or a Magneto shove. Not entirely sure here, but looks like Zero Tenacity, they just want to deny the choke point, deny the easy access onto the point. That is a great heads-up play coming from Zero Tenacity, but will it be enough?
Just the final few players now. The Vanguards holding their fort here on the point itself, but Peggy and Marvel can only do so much. Gargoyle is the last to fall, and that's gonna be that third point well under Tenacity's belt.
3.
I thought Reject
Including which
do have an
side
advantage
you're
there with the spawn room being so close to that third point, but
on.
the
You'll need a
heads-up play,
top-notch
like we
team
talked
to
about
win
from
this
Zero
fight.
Tenacity, using the Eternal Bond to just create a zone
Yes.
that Reject have to go through if they want to get easy access to the site, and forcing that choke point in dangerous territory just makes Reject so much more difficult for them to retake. And Zero Tenacity, with that play from that Cloak and Dagger ultimate, that's them that third point, and now the pressure all on Reject now.
Yeah, that's a smart. I like that kind of last minute call from the Cloak and Dagger, forcing out those close choke points, leaving them nowhere to run, and then you throw in a Psylocke in the midst of
30
it all. I
seconds
mean,
before
it's
you
left,
attack.
right clicks
Get ready.
all day, every day for the Psylocke. And cleaning up shop was the name of the game. Now they'll have to do the same thing. They have a chance here to deny a third point against Rejects and force Matters into a map 3. I feel like the ball right now is on Rejects' court.
Yeah, Reject preparing a strange portal, looks like.
The battle
Marvel
starts in 5,
rocking the Doctor
4,
Strange.
3,
But will there be a play coming in
1.
where they will deny the teleport? It doesn't seem like it, as there's chip damage coming in from XZ. But for now, all eyes are on this teleport. Where is it going to be placed? It looks like it might be placed on the default side of that high ground. Marvel will switch over to Captain America, but the portal will expire, so Marvel will have to sprint his way onto the site. But he is Captain America after all.
Yeah, that high ground compromise by Reject is crucial, right? This leaves Zero Tenacity having to figure out where they want to set up shop, but with a beautiful backstab like they always do. The same thing onto it. The Sparks coming alive, has to get out of there because Captain America is on their butts.
You've got two different playstyles when you're rocking the Phoenix, right? You've got the front and back potential where you can just stay in the back, play it safe, click away from the safety of the back line, or you can just go right in their face like Jerry did with XZ, and just two of them teaming up to just go for that flank, go for the quick knockout will provide so much benefits, as Reject will hold for the first minute.
I love it. I love it. Like sending effectively your two scouts into the back line. You just let Piggy and No Smite, Kadia and No Smite just be able to hold down the fort. Now it's going to be Piggy as well as Marvel trying to do their best. Zero Tenacity have already taken back this high ground, which means it's going to be an uphill battle literally for the side of Piggy to get themselves on site. Trying to round this corner. It's a counter play, 1v1. Now supported onto by Kadia. Oh, it's coming down to the wire, but Piggy will be able to secure that elimination.
Yeah, that Everfrost does so much work, so much damage, but XZ doing just as much, as the Eternal Bond will keep Reject at bay for the time being, as the dive will be used defensively. As XZ just trying to find another way in, has dance available as well.
Looking good so far from the side of Zero Tenacity, coming out strong with the dance of the butterflies. Now No Smite with the
Can he get the dunk? He does!
Looks for the Eternal Bond and absolutely dunks on them. Zero Tenacity finding their marks. They're taking names. They're taking bodies.
Great dunk coming in from No Smite. There was no counterplay. There is nothing that Dobie could do to try to get himself out. The only way back to keep the Eternal Bond alive was to dash into cover, but it seemed like Dobie wasn't able to find it just in time. And look at the economy coming in, though. Rejects still have so many ultimates to work with. Zero Tenacity only have a Fate of Both Worlds.
Yeah, looking at Gargoyle, right? Rocking that dance of the butterflies, trying to find and isolate bodies is the important part. But already you've got XZ trying to be a nuisance themselves. Oh, I think they see the cloak of the other counter Psylocke, so that'll be interesting how they play it out. No Smite already in this backline trying to protect themselves here, trying to push back out onto this point that's slowly guarded by Rejects.
Yep. Silent Seduction is going to be used, but Kaidia is dangerously low, so he needs to be sustained as XC wants to fight his own doppelganger as the Phoenix Dive comes in and wipes out 2. Is this the push? Is this the chance for Reject to take over the site? It looks like it's going to be a resounding yes, but Reject needs to do a lot more work, and it looks like they will be able to do successfully. Finally, after 3 whole minutes, Reject finally take over.
Wait, they have the sprint control. Jerry on it, now comes out with the Eternal Bond. It's gonna be this last pitch hold, forcing out the Freedom Charge to sustain the lift of Rejects as Marvel. It's gonna be a back and forth, colors galore.
Yeah, so many particles flying around. Gargoyle is going to find one, is going to zone away Wendy as well with his fellow Captain America. So far, an even trade on both sides. Reject now on the advantage. Gobi has the Eternal Bond, and there is no Magneto Meteor to deny. The trail of healing, the trail of sustain, as Gobi will find a double. And the point finally goes in favor of Reject and shuts down that overtime meter.
Gotta love a little nice C&D action. I mean, kudos to Jerry for making that last-ditch effort on the Doctor Strange, just forcing an overtime into the matters. But hey, now on to the second leg here. Gargoyle looking around, getting all this information, being sussed out by Jerry actually, so probably will have to back off a little bit with Marvel.
Great play coming from Reject. Finally secured that second point with a great awareness play coming from Gobi. Realizes that there's a dance coming in and a great shroud to dodge away from the meteor. No smite. Still finds Marvel, but was denied from so much more.
That end song Inferno can't find any value. You know, you just stay high as an IT posing. You think you can draw enough attention away, but at this level, pro players are expecting and using those audio cues to wait until they can knock off, I think that's 800 damage onto that body.
Yep, great awareness coming in, great team cohesion coming in, as well as the Psylocke Seduction right here on the stairs area is just so influential when it comes to these fights. Finale will take advantage, will take out Jerry, the doppelganger of that Phoenix, as the rest of Zero Tenacity need to find a way back in, and this might be that first step as they take out Gargoyle.
It's back and forth. They're still playing around it. Jerry's trying to get back into the action. Has the end song Inferno that might be the stalling power. We saw Finale try to do, but hey, Rejects are on the push right now. Oh, Kadia immediately taken out with the support from Izakaya on the Fate of Both Worlds.
Yeah, the Fate of Both Worlds providing so much utility for Reject, as there are so many ultimates available on Reject, and they all haven't been used as Reject look to get through the stairs and onto the second point. But for now, Zero Tenacity are going to look to regroup. They have 3 ultimates to work with, but Reject look to have that edge in terms of ultimate economy.
Yeah, Meteor's online, that could counter the, Gargoyle perhaps, or Finale. All things so bad. Dotori is out of action.
Yeah, Dotori might be out of action, but there's also 2 more members on the side of Zero Tenacity that are also out of commission. Now, so much AoE damage coming in. Marvel will find another. No Smite will trade away as well, but Reject are looking good. That overtime meter starts up yet again, but it looks like Reject looking to take control, looking to find a way in. That strange portal is going to haunt them yet again, but will Reject overcome that portal this time around? It looks like it's going to be a yes, as Gargoyle takes 2, Izayaki takes 1, and Reject, by the skin of their teeth, will find a way back in, but Zero Tenacity staying true to their name, trying their best to not falter, but they will in the end.
Tenacious indeed, true to their name. That's 2 desperation portals that effectively forces overtime both on point 1 as well as leg 2 of this map. And now Rejects looking to push this along this journey towards forcing an overtime. They'll have to do exactly that if they want to deny a map 3.
Tenacity
have Fate of Both Worlds, have the Silent Seduction available as well. Silent Seduction by Kaidia will be popped immediately as they want to try to zone Reject away from the point. And it looks like it's a little bit flipped right now. Reject now looking like they're on the defensive side, and the Zero Tenacity flipping the spawn room to try to deny the point from moving forward. But here comes the response from Piggy, but the Fate of Both Worlds will neutralize that silence seduction for the time being. Finale does have the dive available, ready to go, but the Fate of Both Worlds is just providing so much utility, but it will expire, and the feed will light up blue as soon as that Fate of Both Worlds is gone. 12 seconds of safety, but it's all gone as Reject take over yet again.
What a trap play, right? Like the front side of Reject just garnered and shepherded the rest of Zero Tenacity into the waiting arms of Gargoyle, who just clicked heads and dropped bodies. Now overtime force, just like it was during that first half. Zero Tenacity taking that high ground, learning from their opponent's mistakes, wanting to force them off this cart.
Oh my gosh, here we go. 4 ultimates available on the side of Reject. Fusion Charge being used. It's overtime or bust for Reject right now. They need to get one good push left. That's all they have to work with. They either force overtime or Zero Tenacity will force a map number 3. We are in a very, very close quarter scenario. As Zero Tenacity light up the board, they look to hold down Reject as everyone on Reject need to run to the hills. They need to look for heroics from Finale, but Finale will fall in the end. And Marvel, the only member alive on the site, but it looks like it's all for naught. Zero Tenacity will hold off. It's 3rd time's the charm, and we go to a 3rd.
We go to a 3rd. It only took the first matchup on day number 2 here in the stage 2 group ups before we force a map number 3. I mean, beautifully done from Zero Tenacity, right? What a solid defense, just bleeding out time and time from the likes of Reject on both point number 1 and point number 2, and that just left too little at that tail end for team fights to erupt for Reject.
Yeah, to be honest, both teams again playing so well, right? Because Reject looked for so many opportunities to try to get that advantage coming down, but Zero Tenacity also doing the same. I think almost every single fight, it got to a point where it was just an even trade. 1 for 1s, 2 for 2s, and then somewhere, some way, there's just those micro adjustments coming in from both teams that in the end got them that edge when it comes to these fights. Every single one coming down to the wire.
Yeah, and you know, we kind of called out XZ earlier on during map 1 being effectively one of the harder carries, and this is precisely what we're seeing here in map 2. All right, Halls of the Jala, 20 final hits with an astounding 26k damage to their name, and almost 40 that they've touched in terms of eliminations. These are numbers to rack up for obviously a star player.
This is something you want to see from XZ. He didn't really get a lot of playtime when he was on the Genji roster, and now that he's one of the main duelists here on Zero Tenacity, he is showing why maybe Genji shouldn't have put him on that substitute spot.
Fighting words, Dan. I like it. I mean, hey, if you want to find some action yourself, you make your own team and you climb your way to the top. And you know, we're gonna see a lot of dancing between here in these replays between duelists trying to get the flank on each other. Very precise combination and uses of ultimates to be prescriptive and surgical onto getting their advantage, right? Who is really hard carrying the team? Who has the ultimates that are holding on onto the next fight that might give your opponents the edge? Trying to isolate those fights is important.
I feel like also something we don't really touch upon is these Emma Frost ultimates coming in. The silent seductions from both these teams have been quite influential during these fights. Like during those fights, we don't really talk about it a whole lot because it's overshadowed by Gargoyle getting a pick, XZ getting a pick, Jerry doing flanking shenanigans with XZ. But these Emma Frost ultimates have really been setting the tone when it comes to these fights. It really just forces all of these teams to act a little bit differently from what they're used to, having to dodge away, finding cover, or just trying to just completely just snake around, avoid it completely, and it just causes a lot more chaos in these fights.
It absolutely does, and thank you for calling out the supporting staff, right? Those are important. We have to give praise to our vanguards as well as our strategists. And you're absolutely right. Beautiful Fate of Both Worlds. The Eternal Bonds came out clutch in several factors, and I think that really led to the way that Zero Tenacity were able to secure all 3 points towards the end. You kind of called it as well during that first half. But hey, we're going the absolute distance here. It's going to be a map 3 immediately right off the bat. And we will set our eyes on Convoy as the teams discuss exactly which map they want to pick up. Let's take ourselves a little breather. Grab yourself some popcorn because we're here for a banger. Don't go anywhere.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. Do you see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories? And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. And it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way.
Another day, another series. But this series is a little different. We're going the full distance. We're going to a third map of Reject versus Zero Tenacity already in our first match of today. And we are more than excited to jump right in.
I mean, it's super spicy, right? Rejects being the winners of Asia Region Stage 1 against Zero Tenacity, who, have climbed their way through the Marvel Rivals Championship Season 2 with a few hidden, famous hard hitters, gold star players on their roster. I mean, if this is the upset of the moment, this will be huge. This will change the group stage for Group Stage B forever, right? If they can put a dent into Rejects and put themselves up ahead, this is a warning sign that they will be putting out for the rest of the teams.
Yeah, this would be a great advantage, like you said, for Zero Tenacity to be one up already here in Group B. Group B arguably is the more stacked group when it comes to Stage 2. You've got Reject, you've got Gen G, you've got so many different teams with so many different players that have so much experience, not only here in Marvel Rivals on the highest level, but also in different titles at the highest level as well. So in a way, you could really call Group B the group of death. But if Zero Tenacity are able to come out on top, they're gonna be sitting pretty here.
They will be indeed. Not if Rejects have anything to say about that. Reject your limits is your motto, and they're gonna do exactly that as they bring us into a map 3. It's their map, their choice, their side of pick as well, and we head to Midtown with them starting on the defense. Oh damn, when I hear Midtown defense first, my spidey sense is tingling. I'm thinking triple Vanguard, triple strategist. I'm thinking that chokehold kind of defensive maneuver right outside that first building door.
Yeah, we've seen it from other teams from other regions as well. Most of them really like to take control of that first floor. As soon as the gates open for the attackers, you see that little room right in front. It's just really a first floor hotel lobby kind of looking place, but some teams really like to take advantage of that area just to try to stop the attackers from pushing any further. But from what we've seen in matches past, the response on the attackers really has been that Brute and Moon Knight with the Strangling Thorns, Handa Kanshu Wombo combo. But we'll see what the approach comes in for Reject. They did want to defend first, so they definitely do have something up their sleeve.
Indeed. I mean, I'll throw a memory not too long ago, just yesterday, on Crazy Raccoons versus Incipients on Spider Islands. They held a defensive hold of 22 meters with a triple Vanguard setup as well. So if the likes of Reject can replicate their success, I mean, if it's any team, it's gonna be them. I'm excited to see what they want to bring here in map number 3. We're going the absolute distance against Zero Tenacity.
Here we go. Zero Tenacity Reject, map number 3, and no better way to settle it here on the streets of Midtown. And yeah, like you said, it's going to be a big question mark if Reject will go for the triple Vanguard, triple strategist setup that we've seen in matches past. Like you said, like our callback to Crazy Raccoon versus Incipients. 22 meters. Can they hold less than that? Can they hold more than that? We'll see how it turns out.
That's a wild record to have. 22 meters on a convoy map. I mean, I'll have to dig through all the VODs to figure out if that's basically like a world title this year. But hey, we throw it into the picks and bans on Reject defense. Zero Tenacity on the pressuring attack, taking control of the rate and pace. Right off the cuff, I'm not gonna even look, Dan. I'm pretty sure the first half of the picks and bans are gonna be the same.
Yeah, they're probably gonna be the same. We see the Mantis gone, we see the Loki's gone on both sides, but there is an adjustment here. Reject will take Mantis for themselves this time around instead of that Luna Snow.
I mean, because Zero Tenacity gave up the Mantis ban off the rip for a Loki, wanted to make sure that can't be replicated. I think that was probably more important for both teams because it was a pretty early ban. But that let slip by a few things, right? Yes, Mantis now on the table for Rejects to commandeer. It's going to be that E key coming from Mantis, the damage boost that's so important. Giving the likes of Finale, giving the likes of Gargoyle, just that additional damage buff. And that could be the turning point against Zero Tenacity.
Looks like we're seeing a little bit of an adjustment coming in. We might go back to our stage 1 ways where Emma Frost is gone. Zero Tenacity do also ban out the Magneto as well. But how are they going to go about it? Do Reject decide to take away the Cloak and Dagger? That might be the question, because Cloak and Dagger really gets shut down by the Magneto. But if there's no Magneto, you may need to start thinking about prioritizing that Cloak and Dagger, but Doctor Strange being the choice of lock for Reject.
Obviously, chat, recasters don't have inside information in terms of what's happening in the background, but I feel like Reject was a little baited here with the double Vanguard bans of Magneto plus Emma Frost. Means that, hey, Reject say, we gotta secure at least one Vanguard. What if they take a third Vanguard away from us? The Doctor Strange is important because obviously with the teleports coming in clutch, Reject starting on the defense, it's important for them to be able to cycle back in time and bring their defenses back up to par.
The right heroes.
Yeah, no, I really like the response coming in from Reject, batting out the Human Torch when they saw Zero Tenacity block in the Ultron. So, does limit the pool a little bit on the side of Zero Tenacity, but most notably, Psylocke is available for both sides at the moment.
I know we shouldn't say too much about the composition here in the lobby, but hey, on the defense side, I feel pretty confident about the prediction, right? The triple Vanguard, triple strategist look, Finale rocking that Mantis that they locked in, which gives the Vanguards just a little bit more damage output. You have Gargoyle on the Doctor Strange, you have Marvel running the Groot. I mean, these are all hard hitters, coupled with a damage boost from a Mantis. They could really put a great stronghold here in the first corner.
Yeah, we'll see how they approach this. We talked about that first floor hold, the hotel lobby position. Not sure if it's a hotel. But we're gonna just.
Well, we'll say it's a hotel. Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna say it's a hotel for simplicity. For simplicity's sake, yeah, you know. But for now, looks like they're not gonna be inside of that area at all. They're just gonna play the outside, play the high ground area, as Jerry looking to pilot the blade.
Ooh. Saw a little bit of that earlier. Now onto the high jump. Out of the sky. Can't even find out where they are. Now it's going to be the likes of Gargoyle having to back up a little bit. The wall's isolating these fights. But Gargoyle's in the thick of it all. The shield's up. Has to back out a little bit further.
Yeah, XC tried to use the Wolverine, but couldn't really find an advantage. Will quickly swap over to the Punisher. Just play that backline Hicks scan character, and will look for extra angles to work with. Uses the smoke to try to make himself a better timing to go in. Jerry slashing away against the thing, doing his best, using the lifesteal, but Gargoyle almost takes out XC, but with the shield, buys a little bit of time, but XC still falls in the end.
That flank out of the way, which means the rest of Reject can focus fire up front. Clobbering time from the thing, absolutely stunning half the team from Zero Tenacity. Back into the spawn you go.
Thankfully, the spawn is not too far from here.
Yeah, she's just there.
So it's going to be easy for Zero Tenacity to regroup and ready to go yet again. Jerry does have the ultimate available. That anti-heal could come in clutch with the Strangling Prison. And then the stun coming in. Stuns up 3. And Gargoyle wipes out 2. And the rest of Zero Tenacity need to run for the hills.
Oh, beautifully done. Great counter from Gargoyle on the Strange. And look, they still hold on to 3 of their ultimates. Yes, Finale burned the soul the ultimate, but you don't overburn, you do not overheat, you hold on to your ultimates. This is the high level play we're talking about, to be able to cycle thoroughly and steadily.
Yeah, but both teams do have both their strategies ultimates available and ready to go. XC getting wiped out before Wendy is able to save him with the Fate of Both Worlds, and the hold is looking strong for Reject. as they look to stagger Zero Tenacity again. Jerry forced out of the blade, now onto the Storm.
ZC actually brought out the final judgment in those mere seconds, but was wiped by a beautiful Maelstrom of Madness from Gargoyle. The timing could not be more impeccable as Zero Tenacity tried to lay stake once again. It's going to be disappearing axe from the side of Zero Tenacity, countered by an Eternal Bond straight into this invisible boundary, allowing Rejects to force themselves back onto this point.
Yep, right now main advantage coming in for Zero Tenacity. No smites. His hellfire was fluctuating, but it finally hits zero. Kaidia looking for the dunk. Doesn't quite land the damage, but Kaidia with the left click will still take out Finale as the Omega Hurricane as well coming in. And this will be their breaking point, their final moment to push as Zero Tenacity finally break open after 3 minutes.
Yeah, Gargoyle, do you want to pull out the teleport orb sorely? Indeed they do. They want to cut things short as early as possible. They're holed up inside hotel, and now it's gonna be the Mantis ultimate just storming their way out onto the roads here. Zero Tenacity coming out, oh beautiful, strangling prison from the side of Marvel, just absolutely annihilating the side of Zero Tenacity. What a stronghold it is from Dovey and Gargoyle, following up, sending Zero Tenacity packing once more.
That was a good timing coming in from No Smite with the Eye of Agamotto to stun up Piggy and Finale, but in the end it was Marvel who steals the show with a multi-man strangling prison and was just able to wipe out Zero Tenacity. Back to spawn they go.
Put on a show.
Now we come in, well anticipated, eyeing this Gargoyle. It's gonna be the judge, jury, and execution. Everyone's pulled up on the second, on the right side. Finale's out of action. Dobie as well. The Cocoon trying to make a last-ditch effort. I'm not sure if they're focused on it. They absolutely are. It's gonna be Finale coming up from the Cocoon, but Ziggy is right there with the shorty onto 2 players, wiping out the rest of Rejects.
You know your spells.
That was a great push coming in from Zero Tenacity with that final judgment. I don't think Reject were really expecting themselves to be pinned in the corner like that. They all kind of just jumped into it. And in the end, it was their demise as Zero Tenacity looked to get the first point. And it looks like I don't think Reject can really get there in time. No, the 2 frontliners will finally make it in. Clobbering time only lands into XC as Kaidia will take out Dobie with the Meteor and will take out Piggy as well. And this first point might go in favor of them, but XC and Jerry do get stunned by the Eye of Agamotto and they're gonna get wiped out.
Izakaya doing their best to hold this back line for themselves. Gargoyle taking the front line along with Marvel, who's changed over to the Captain America, dealing damage onto Wendy. Eye of Agamotto finds Finale, but there's too much to bear because the resurgence from Finale comes back with
My gosh.
oh, beautifully done with Dobie on the Raccoon. It's a solid hold, denying even a single point away from the attackers.
Time to switch things
Great
up.
hold coming in, and now the pressure is all on Zero Tenacity. Can they push through? Can they exceed what Reject were able to do? Will they take the series, take the map? It all rests in this push.
132 meters. Not a 22-meter push. But we take those dubs. Honestly, Reject had a phenomenal defensive half, right? They on that triple strategist, they were able, triple charge, triple vanguard, just able to put up a huge roadblock, honestly, preventing that card from making its way to Grand Central Station, which I think is at the end of it all. No, the Fantastic Four HQ at the end of it all.
Now Zero
30
Tenacity
seconds before you attack.
looking to
Get
do
ready.
the same composition with the triple Vanguard, triple strategist setup. XZ will be that off duelist, off strategist on that Adam Warlock, so he will be providing the damage. And it's just a question of can it be enough? Finale and Marvel teaming up with the Strangling Thorns Panda Khonshu Wombo combo in case that Zero Tenacity do something like that. But look at the positioning coming in. They're gonna
Yeah.
play back, but Kaidia will walk forward just to provide a bit of presence.
There's running, taking a page out of Reject's book, right? Running that triple Vanguard as well. A bit of a difference. Kadia on the Doctor Strange. We've got Magneto as well as the Groot. But already around the first corner here. He's gonna try and dance around this wall. Has to back off. The explosion out from Zero Tenacity. Their marks ended up being known as explode out from the building and apply pressure onto Reject.
Yeah, all eyes are on Reject right now. On Finale in particular, as well as Marvel. It's just a matter of can they get the damage down, and Finale out of nowhere. They don't need the wombo combo. He's just gonna find 4.
My comrades.
That was nasty from the set of Rejects. I mean, yeah, I thought Zero Tenacity had a bit of an explosion onto the cart, but Rejects held their ground, cool, calm, and collected. I think KD's gonna have time to pop a teleport to deny this, but they'll have to do it quick. Already at the 100-meter mark, and XZ being the early scout. Yep, that teleport comes in strong. No Smite will take the front here and lead the charge.
They need to win this fight here, or else this map will end as soon as it started. As the Strangling Prison didn't look like it landed the mark, but for now, Reject need to keep on going. They are 7 meters away from winning this map and winning the series, but Zero Tenacity, they're looking to hold off Reject as the Eye of Agamotto is available for Kaidia.
Oh. Yeah, it hasn't spotted, has to back down just a little bit more. I like you, sneaky with it. Now, the end song Inferno doesn't quite find the mark, evaporates before hitting the ground, so Jerry has to reposition trying to get these sparks online.
Oh my goodness, that meter is so close right now. But Reject are so close to holding it off, but it looks like Zero Tenacity looking to hold for now. The Eye of Agamotto is going to be used from both sides, but it looks like Reject will be falling down, and Zero Tenacity will take advantage of the better Eye of Agamotto, and they look to hold for another round.
Next time.
They do indeed. I mean, it was tenacious, and exactly like their namesake, we'll be able to at least delay that inevitable win. Still another 1 minute and 40 seconds. I'm looking at that Moon Knight plus Groot ultimate combo that's gonna be starting online soon. That'll be the one to look out for.
Yeah, all eyes are on that yet again. But the last time around, Finale didn't even need it. But Finale, ooh, great pick onto XZ. This might be the starting point of a map 3 victory, hopefully, as the Strangling Prison now online, ready to go. But here is the Fate of Both Worlds just in time when Marvel does use that Strangling Prison, but Finale will hold on and will go down as Jerry is able to flick him his way into a man advantage as the Omega Hurricane will be used. The Eye of Agamotto onto 2. Izayaki and Marvel will get chunked down as Reject needs to reset again.
45 seconds. Now it's getting a little tenacious. Now it's getting very nervous, right? XZ, despite having gone down fairly early, the rest of the teams were able to rally through and provide enough defensive hold. Now XZ, once again, taking this high ground for themselves, and Rejects will have to do their due diligence to clear out all these corners. There's a lot of buildings, a lot of windows to have to work around.
It's a good chance for Pig to use the Eye of Agamotto right now. No strategy ultimates available just yet, but XZ and No Smite will team up to find 2. Man advantage in favor of Zero Tenacity for the time being, but Gargoyle will find a trade onto XZ, and these trades have been even throughout this entire series. 2 for 2 this time around, but Reject need to make their way in. 3 seconds left, 2 seconds left, and that overtime meter will start to take fruition.
They will indeed. Dolby's back on the Jeff, wanting to try this backline support with the land truck itself. Gonna be Jerry right up it, trying to do with the backline. But oh, the Enson Inferno just able to work its magic. It's a 2 for Jerry onto Gargoyle.
Maybe he still has the Eye of Agamotto, will be used, but he gets shoved out immediately, but still finds Jerry as Kaidia will get stunned as well. XZ will find another, but Reject and Zero Tenacity still going the absolute distance. Another 1-for-1 trade as Dobie tries to hold off, but it looks like Zero Tenacity will hold the fort and they will win out the series in the end.
That is phenomenal. That is the craziest start here for day 2 against Rejects, against the winners themselves of the stage 1 Mortal Rivals Ignite Asia. Zero Tenacity has all the tenacity, right? A reverse sweep. That's amazing.
That is a great start for Zero Tenacity, making a name for themselves, taking down the current champions of Stage 1. And we talked about this before this map even started. If Zero Tenacity do come out with a series win here, they are going to be in a very comfortable spot. Group B, very, very stacked. And with this win, it just makes this a much more comfortable experience.
It really does. I mean, to be honest, I was a little caught off guard. You know, the roster for Rejects have mostly stayed the same since Stage 1, with apart from Mocha. And Marvel plus Izakaya looked really good as on their debuts on Map 1 in that domination half, you know, making waves on the back line. But hey, it was just fight after fight. Tenacity, Zero Tenacity coming back with all the tenacity in the world, locking in, digging deep when it really mattered. We're able to hold down the defense even better than the likes of Rejects themselves.
Oof. But honestly, yeah, props to both of these teams playing out of their minds. We can see why Reject are one of the favorites, but this time they're going to be on the back foot this time around. If I remember correctly, I think Reject in Stage 1 did come out undefeated in the group stage, and now they're going to be starting on the back foot.
And look at No Smite. Look at No Smite with 46k damage blocked. If that's not a Vanguard, I don't know, right? Just able to hold their ground. And there was some beautiful left clicks as well as those Meteor M's, not necessarily finding eliminations with the Meteor M, but using it as a zoning tool. Jerry on the Phoenix as well, using the end song Inferno as a zoning tool as well, like we saw in the mid-season finals. It is continuous effort from the side of Zero Tenacity, understanding, hey, with each team fight, what exactly is our win con, right? We head off to the replays, and it's just such a back and forth. In the first half, we thought Rejects had a brilliant hold with some crazy ultimate cycling, not overheating, thinking things through, but the breakthrough from Zero Tenacity was what gave them the edge to push it all the way to 132 meters.
Yeah, and what you covered it for a little bit, right? These teams have been just push and pull throughout this entire series, back and forth every time. I don't think we've ever seen a match with that many even trades. I'm not gonna lie. There's just, as soon as one person goes down the other side, another person goes down, and then it's just blink and you miss it. 1 for 1, 2 for 2, and then somewhere during all that, some of those micro adjustments, micro plays coming in is all the difference it makes.
I also think, I'm thinking about the picks and bans as well. I think the ban out from Emma Frost was really, really important for the side of Zero Tenacity, right? Like, you've seen Piggy do absolute wonders running the Emma Frost, the Sonic Seduction, like you call it, a great zoning tool to be able to scatter the offensive into corners that they're, not comfortable playing around, and that just leaves openings for the flanks to come in through, and taking that away from Piggy, who has been so comfortable on the Emma Frost, forcing them onto, the Doctor Strange. Yes, these players have deep pockets and they can hero swap pretty easily, but I felt like that gave the likes of Zero Tenacity just a little bit of an edge, or maybe perhaps shaving off the edge from Rejects.
Yeah, we talked about the Emma Frost in past maps, right? They have been really the silent heroes for both of these teams, as that Sonic Seduction really does cause a lot of chaos, and this time around, both of these teams really didn't want to deal with that, especially on Midtown, where there's just a lot of lanes, a lot of choke points that this Emma Frost with one good ultimate can just absolutely take over. And both teams well aware of what they were getting themselves into, had they have allowed the Emma Frost to go through, and they just take it away before considering that kind of option.
I also think about that last fight that could have gone Reject's way. It was actually, we kind of talked about the combo wombo between the Hand of Khonshu and the Strangling Prison. Then with Finale holding on to the ultimate, I think Finale was waiting, right? Just waiting. Okay, where's my Strangling Prison? Where is it going to be popped? I'm looking at you, Marvel. Just wanted to figure out where's a good place to put that Groot ult, and unfortunately Marvel was picked off really early by I think Jerry on the Phoenix up top above the cart as well, and it's just so unfortunate because that could have been such a big game changer for the likes of Reject. It is what it is, you know, and it just takes that small microsecond advantage to give Zero Tenacity a leg up.
Yeah, and a leg up. They do indeed take Jerry finding that pick onto Finale on the latter end of that round is all the difference it makes, right? The wombo combo doesn't even take place, but Finale did also go absolutely crazy at the start of it too, with a I think it was a quad elimination coming in as well with the Moon Knight. I thought they were gonna break through with the wombo combo, but the left clicks was all it took. And now we are getting word as we are having our player interview from the winning team. It's going to be none other than the Mag player himself, No Smite of Zero Tenacity.
Indeed, No Smite, having played Magneto a couple of times, and we've already sung praises. But hey, lo and behold, we have the person of the hour right here with us. No Smite, can you hear us? Why don't you introduce yourself real quick to all the viewers here on Twitch and YouTube?
Hello, I'm No Smite.
Hi.
So
Welcome,
I'm sorry.
welcome.
Can you
Welcome.
tell me a little one more?
No problem. Welcome, No Smite. Thank you for joining us. How do you feel? Are you happy with that?
I'm
win?
really happy. I'm really happy.
We love to hear that. And when you were getting ready to play versus Reject, how did you prepare yourself? How did your team get ready for this game?
We work hard for this game. We think about the command.
Yeah,
Definitely.
We
Thinking about
really
the
hope
strats,
to
trying
win
counter them.
against counter. Yeah,
You did. You
we
absolutely did.
Meg Ben and Emma Ben third game. Yeah, we really think about it.
Yeah,
Yes!
Think about the draft.
Yes!
Think about the comeback.
I'm so glad you said that. I'm so glad you did that. That Emma Frost ban was so important. And I'm glad y'all thought about it to get yourself here. Beautiful. I want to ask you as well. Tomorrow, right, you will be playing against Rocket University. Excited to win?
Yeah. Maybe we are confidence. We have confidence against Rocket. Yeah. We believe we won. We will win. Yeah.
We love to hear that. And I think that'll be it for the interview. Thank you so much for joining us. And you can now join your team to celebrate. And thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. Goodbye.
That was No Smite, the Vanguard player here for Zero Tenacity. You can see beaming from year to year. Absolutely ecstatic to have been one of the top, if not the top team from the Asia region here. Unbelievable.
Yeah, great stuff coming in from Zero Tenacity. Both of these teams playing out of their minds, but in the end, it was Zero Tenacity coming out on top. So props to them, but we still need to give our flowers to Reject. They still show us, despite the roster adjustments, that they are still a top contender when it comes to taking over Stage 2.
I mean, yeah, exactly that. It got super close, right? And they are still, I feel like, one of the teams to beat. You look at their defensive hold on Midtown. You look at the way they played and gave Zero Tenacity a huge run for their money on on that second map as well, the convergences, and I think they are still one of the teams to beat, but this is a solid moment for Zero Tenacity. They've cemented themselves here as the David versus the Goliath. I know it's an analogy we talk a lot about, but it truly is the fact that they were able to show that not only do gods bleed, but they will kneel down to your favor and put Zero Tenacity up on top of the Group B here in the group stages. Amazing start for the junior team here, and maybe junior no more. Only time will tell. I'm so glad that me and Dan were able to catch this and also pry open the minds and hearts of the team with a bit of interview with No Smite. And that'll be all for the first series here. We're only 25% in, and it's an absolute banger. I cannot wait for more to come. So please don't go absolutely anywhere. Grab some popcorn, hydrate yourself. We'll be back for series number 2.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. Do you see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories? And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. Do you see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories? And yes, across
Deep Dawn, guardian of the 8th city, surrender to the hand of heaven.
The devil doesn't kneel before false angels.
So be it.
Let the devil.
You will not be only one without fear!
open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals to the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. across all time, I see you turning the tides. And do you
And we are so back for more Marvel Rivals Stage 2 Ignite action here in the Asia region. I'm that one there. Next to me is Multitudes, and we are soon enough moving on to our second of 4 best of 3s for today.
Yeah, we're only 25% in, and holy, am I super stoked already. I mean, we start off with a crazy banger, what looked like should have been on paper, Rejects with an easy dub. Zero Tenacity completely flipped the script, and that interview with at that tail end with the likes of No Smite says it all, like brimming from year to year, so happy that they're able to drop down Reject. A point was enough to make them squeal with joy. Now, I can only imagine what it will take us into the second matchup, XOXO versus U-Winx. I mean, at this point, anything can happen, Dan.
Yeah, anything can happen, really. We saw that happen in Reject versus Zero Tenacity. Zero Tenacity coming out on top against a heavy hitter, a heavy favorite for the likes of Reject. But now we cross over into Group A as we watch XOXO1 take on U-Winx. U-Winx being a nearly full Japanese roster, except for one player who is from Korea, and that player will be Neil, so all eyes are going to be on him. But XOXO1, a familiar face here in the Asia region. Yeah,
you know, it's basically the same roster that they've run from stage 1, apart from, I think, a new change from Pali onto this new player called On Your Left, and that's gonna be a huge reference. I wonder what kind of a hero they want to play. No, they say they're listed down as a strategist, so no Captain America, no Bucky there for that person. But yeah, no,
Captain America could get away as a strategist. Think about it. The freedom charge keeps the team alive. Strategist, yeah. I don't know.
I love
That's
it.
just me,
No,
though.
That's true. Honestly, like Captain America at this point in time is just a beefed up strategist, right? You just survive long enough in the back line to be a nuisance, and with the freedom charge, there's just so much support for the rest of the team. I'm with you. We should rebrand, right? I feel like Captain America at his heart is really a strategist, right? Like, you know, you want to be able to help the everyday folk. That's true to his name.
Yeah, you know, like back like a few months ago, you had some players doing like the flank Jeff kind of thing, where they just kind of just play a flank position. Yes. Yeah, isn't that literally just Captain America right now? If you think about it, this Captain America really, I mean, most Captain America players really like to go around, be on your left, try to just be that thorn on your side, and then just try to do their best, and then you got the freedom charge and just sustain the entire team. But anyway, we should probably go back to what we should be talking about is XOXO1 and U-Winx playing against each other. And now we just wait and see how both teams play out. XOXO1, like you said, a very, very consistent in terms of the roster.
They are, right? One sub out for the side of On Your Left. They ended up being 4th place here at stage 1, so not the worst, not the best. I'm sure they're aiming for greater heights here at stage 2, and their motto is dive or die. I mean, hey, we've seen them play after play, series after series in stage 1, very dive-esque. I mean, do you want to talk about your hero, Dan?
Oh my gosh, yes, Sungjuk Woo, my goat. On the Spider-Man, I think right now he might be the only player with the balls to run the Spider-Man. We've seen them do it in matches past. We've seen them just go for a fully dive composition, but we also have seen them on a more traditional front and back composition. So they are able to play both sides of that team composition archetype.
They have, right? And that's the flexibility that you need to be able to dig deep and go the distance. XOXO, I think, if I recall, stage 1, they started off with a banger of a few matches. They had the Pulse Cannon plus Doctor Strange teleport combo wombo. You know, even before the full portal opens up, we're sending that Iron Man Pulse Cannon through and able to get a nice, 2 first, 3 first at some points in time. But ultimately, it was pretty quickly garnered and pretty quickly countered just because it is a bit of a gimmick strat, and there's only so many times you can use it before your opponents catches on to that.
Yeah, but still, they were able to find ways to not only use the Iron Man Doctor Strange combo as well, just going all in on that dive composition. You know, like the Wolverine being such a prevalent pick back in stage 1 and XOXO1, they really liked running that Wolverine. But now Wolverine slowly but surely starting to phase out of the meta a little bit. We haven't seen as much Wolverine being picked up as of now, but that does leave room for other heroes to shine in their place. Like we saw in day 1 where Incipients did run that magic.
Yes. I believe I remember seeing somewhere in chat like we need to see a bit more of magic gameplay, because with those flashes in and out of visibility, it does throw a lot of crosshairs off your aim, and able to get a nice one with the Dark Child is important. I'm gonna look on the other side of the fence as well, on to U-Wings. I mean, you know, looking at them, almost a full Japanese roster, but they're stacked with credentials, right? Making waves in MRC Season 2, some of them coming from 4th place, some of them coming from 2nd place, and all very solid credentials in the ranked space. One of them, unfortunately not in today's game, but probably sitting on the bench, just had 3 words to say in their call sheet. I am God. I mean, if that's not confidence, if that's not confidence, I don't know what is.
That's just straight aura farming at that point, you know. But U-Wings, yeah, they did come from the open qualifiers, and they did make their way into this this stage 2, right? So in that scenario, that looks really good for them. They used to be called Ravati, but they did transfer over to U-Wing. So if you remember Ravati, this is the same roster that you have been following. They're just now under a different banner.
That's right. You know, it's a good opportunity for a lot of players and a lot of teams to be recognized here at the at least regional and possibly the global stage. This is an important time to shine, which is why U-Wings, I definitely feel they're not going to drop the ball. They're going to bring it all they can, because it's important. At any point in time, someone's watching, and if you can get picked up by, you know, to bigger and better heights, this is the platform to do it all. We've already seen roster changes after roster. We haven't even talked about the biggest roster change, which I feel is going to be series number 3. I'll leave that later, but like I come to my point, it's a time for these players to shine, and U-Wings, you know, having been picked up by the U-Wings organization is a big deal, and these players obviously want to give U-Wings a bit of a great showing for today.
Yeah, we did talk about this back in day 1, right? You do really well here domestically, right? You make your way up onto the international stage, you get more eyes on you. You get so many organizations, so many people seeing how you perform, and if you're able to perform at the highest level across domestically, across the international stage, it makes you look good. You have good chances of making a name for yourself here in the Marvel Rivals scene.
Indeed. As we prepare the server at the moment for the picks and bans, a quick reminder to everyone watching on Twitch and YouTube that, hey, the tournament this week, at least in the Asia region, is still being run on the Season 3.5. I know a lot of people in chat are very excited because they're already getting their hands on Season 4, plus the new hero, Angela, the Asgardian on our heads, the Flying Vanguard. I'm very excited to try that out, but won't be in the servers for today, at least for the rest of the week here in the Asia tournaments. We'll stick to 3.5, and that will have to be in consideration as we start to lock in the picks and bans.
Yeah, what better way to consider yourself still on 3.5 than the Luna being locked in for U-Wings?
Yes.
The Fate of Both Worlds in this patch, still 12 seconds long. It's not 10 seconds yet, still 12. So U-Wings, aware that this Luna Snow is still a prevalent pick, as well as that Loki.
Why would you do that? Why would you do that to my girl? Why? As a Luna man, why? It is what it is. They're both teams. Yeah, they're riding that 12 seconds. They're gonna both, looks like, lock in the Fate of Both Worlds. They want these dance balls to collide. Nay, XOXO making me eat my own words, hopping onto what we might consider the other strong strategist. It's Captain America, of course, with that freedom charge.
Yeah, with the Freedom Charge, keeping the sustain available for XOXO1. And we talked about this, about their archetype, XOXO1, dive or die. They really like to go into your face and just go absolutely ham. And what better way than to lock in that Captain America?
Yeah, would be interesting to see if Yubinks tries to be very prescriptive in terms of banning out more dive characters against XOXO, right? We're not seeing it just yet. Still going with the staple, classic Asia Stage 1 strategist ban, the Ultron, plus the Loki being taken out. And Ultron, that's fair. You're losing a lot of, aerial superiority. Plus, that range of Ultron is just so much to have to deal with. So, nay, you rather take that out. Plus the Loki for obviously the sustainment of long-term strategist. Oh, there we go. You talk about it. You talk about it.
Woo, my goat. He is the Spider-Man player we all know and love. He whipped it out a few times in Stage 1 and has performed very, very well. And XOXO1 putting full faith in Sungjuk Woo by locking in that Spider-Man slot, and they are willing to burn a lock for that.
Yeah, I mean, XOXO shown their cards fairly early on, right? Saying we're gonna ride our motto all the way to the end, and that is a dive-esque composition if I've ever seen one. And let's see what Ewings tries to counter with, taking away the healer in the sky, that strategist Ultron out as well, locking themselves in for the Captain America. Almost a tick for tat. Everything is matching up very similarly thus far, but at the tail end, XOXO will ban out that Magneto.
Pick your hero.
Just to deny
Or
that
villain. I'm not
one-shot potential, the burst damage. As we all know here in Marvel Rivals, burst damage is king, and with that Magneto gone, it just alleviates a lot of pressure for XOXO1, and they're willing to play a little bit of those more squishier types of heroes. You've got, I wouldn't say they would lock in the Rocket or the Jeff just yet, but for now, for the likes of Sungjuk Woo, he doesn't have to worry about avoiding a giant meteor coming at him.
Yeah. And that's important, right? This lets XOXO play a few more flexibilities. You see 27As running the Adam Warlock. It gives them a bit more assurance for the Karmic Revival. It gives Alone Flips running the Jeff, assuming they hang on to the Jeff once they push through the barrier. A bit more assurances to be able to do some, last minute flanks with its Jeff ultimates. It gives a lot of assurances, and we'll have to see what Ewings want to bring to the table here, having been denied that Magneto.
Yeah, for now, it looks like it's going to be a standard pickup coming in. That Penny Parker and Rocket will likely be changed out. Yep, Fuyukan goes to the Corporate Dagger. Axolio still on the Penny Parker. Will it be the settled pick here? We'll see about that as Needle does charge off the portal, and 27A's Cocoon gets immediately popped.
Immediately popped. I like, actually on the Penny just to be able to force or prevent XOXO from overwhelming the teleport play that Ewings wants to get there on to the site, as this play will be decimated sooner or later. The Black Panther, no, not Black Panther, I'm mistaken, it's the Captain America in black, just making waves here in the back line.
Great plays coming in. Sungjuk Woo still flying high, finding a pick onto Akama. Jutsu does find a pick, but Sungjuk Woo is quick to trade.
Of course, and hey, that skin game going hard, right? With the black skin for both Captain America plus the Spider-Man, almost getting a bit of a pull onto the Psylocke, but in goes Captain America to support their teammate.
Yeah, and on your left with the Rocket Raccoon, helping Sungjuk Woo. If he goes deep enough, those healing orbs probably will find their way onto Sungjuk Woo. So this Rocket doesn't have to go very deep, but Sungjuk Woo is caught. Jutsu will be quick to take him out. It's going to be a man advantage over to Ewings, but that point is still in favor of EXO, and they've already charged it up to about 40%.
Wex, that was super low. Had to jump right out of there. Now U2 harassing that back line onto the lone flitch with the Jeff. The Land Shark finds another strategist. Exolio is also out of action. These Ewing's players are dropping like flies, but not if U2 has anything to say about it. It's the dance of the butterflies that will dice and slice onto XOXO.
Yeah, another even trade, I think, coming in from both sides. But for now, it does go in favor of XOXO1. They are able to take control of the site. Songjok Woo being that pesky little Spider-Man that just goes in, does a little damage, and then jumps away to safety. He does also have the spectacular spin. When does he go for it? He's going for it right now, but the Jazz ultimate will be used as well. And that's going to allow Songjok Woo to hold on to it. The Eye of Agamotto not going to find anyone as Ace and Alone Phil's team up to find two.
Oh, I mean, right now, XOXO, they're looking at all the right places at all the right times. The Meteorium connects. The spin to win, not yet used. They don't even need to throw in the spectacular spin just yet. They're absolutely dominating this site. It's Jeff finding two of the backline strategists. It's a lockout completely from Ewings. And XOXO with 100% on their side.
Yeah, a complete shutout going in favor of XOXO1. So many of these ultimates didn't even need it to be burned. Like you said, the spectacular spin was saved. Rockets also has the BRB. And now 27A's having that karmic revival. So this dive composition, even if they get caught, even if they go down, 27A's can just bring them right back.
And I feel like, you know, it's not... I mean, yes, XOXO, they're playing as a team, they're playing together, a lot of synergies, but I feel like at the same time, they're managing to get their 1v1s, their 1v2s, their 2v1s very efficiently, right? Against the set of Ewings, who are being shut out time and time again. Yes, you get Yutsu, which is the Chinese... By the way, we didn't say it's chat, but like, it's the Chinese characters on the Ewing side is the Psylocke at the moment. We're gonna call him Yutsu, who has done a little bit of backline harassment, but for the most part, XOXO have kept their cool, calm, collective demeanor throughout the entire first point.
Both sides also, I think, are going to rock the Jeff. Neil does adjust onto the Emma Frost. That could be a game changer here, as that Psionic Seduction could play a big role when it comes to these fights. But for now, XOXO1 have a huge advantage when it comes to the ultimate economy. And they will find one as well.
You don't expect that, right? You don't expect the flank. Sungju just dashes straight into support as well, forcing out the cocoon from Kame. And Ace right there with them as well. It's just all these 1v1s and XOXO are just annihilating Ewings, not even letting them get close to the point. It's just a slam down onto Neil, the final player from Ewings. Oh my days.
Ace even finding a stagger onto Fuyukan, and now Ewings. There's no way they get shredded again. And Ace just staring at Alone Phil's, all frozen up by Yataru. He's just turning around.
Like in the VC, they're making fun of each other. They're like, haha,
just turning around like, you good, fam. And then there we go. But more fighting coming in as the BRB is going to keep XOXO1 alive, as the Freedom Charge will be the response coming in from Ewings. And they're not even fighting on the site. This is away from the site. This is closer to Ewings' spawn. And now, oh my gosh, look at the Jeff ultimate coming and picking up three. The Dance of the Butterfly not even going to do anything. We'll find one, and the Jeff respawns with the BRB.
That is ridiculous. That is ridiculous. The fact that they were able to pick up three, the instant bubble from Ace, the Magneto to shield and prevent anyone from getting to Alone Fliz, and then the BRB. Like, Jeff never left, understanding that that BRB mechanism is just around the corner to put themselves back into it. Now coming online, they don't even want them on the side. They want to complete that out. It's going to be Athena starting off with that Freedom Charge. Songjoo, the goated Spider-Man, making waves here in the back lines.
Oh my gosh, I think Akama couldn't make it into the Fate of Both Worlds, and we're just going to get wiped out as Zeta and Ace team up to find two. But there is that Psionic Seduction. But is it off or not? Is it too little too late? Neil does find Songjok Woo, but Zeta will immediately trade. So XOXO1 This shutout is looking good, but it's gonna look like a perfect map, a perfect game in favor of XOXO1. But the Karmic Revival from Akama will bring everyone back into the fight, but the spectacular spin is going to cause so much disruption here. S27As will snipe out Neil. The invisible boundary would come down as well, but XOXO1, they don't give a damn. They're just gonna get right in your face, dive right in, but they're not the ones dying. It's U-Wings that are get taken out.
Yeah, indeed, they're diving all over the place. The backline being absolutely harassed. Akame and Fukuda absolutely disseminated. And there's only so much you can do. An instant shutout, 100% on both fronts. It is a solid start for XOXO.
Perfection from XOXO1. Playing to their dive composition, playing to what they know best. And they were just able to completely blow U-Wings out of the water. Not only that, with some great dives, some great teamwork coming in as well. The Lonefills, knowing that the BRB was available from on your left, gladly takes away 3 and himself and just comes back like nothing ever happened.
That's wild. Like I'm getting goosebumps just thinking about that play. It's just so phenomenal. And it's honestly every single player right now on XOXO playing full cylinders, just pressing that WK gas pedal to the metal, everything that they're doing right. And also looking good while they do it, right? That drip coming in strong from both the Captain America plus the Spider-Man. Hot damn.
Yeah, both of them willingly corrupted by Venom, but Songjak Woo and Zeta playing like a man possessed as they both just team up, going in. Zeta finding multiple eliminations back to back. Ace doing the same as well. Gotta give props to the Magneto himself as well, just being that cornerstone that Songjak Woo and Zeta can rely on, and just absolute domination here in map number 1.
Yeah, and we talk about the importance of ultimate cycling and ultimate not overheating, basically, right? It's the likes of, you see on the replays here, the Meteor coming out, the It's Jeff coming out, but holding on to the spectacular spin, holding on to the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier for stage 2, a point 2 to get themselves an early dub, an early point capture, and then not stopping there, just pressing the issue. And here we get the replay of the Jeff. Oh, beautiful! Oh my gosh. We need to pin that. That's a TikTokable moment.
I don't think I've ever seen a play that clean here in this stage. And oh my goodness gracious, this is why XOXO1 is a team you should follow, is a team that you should be a fan of, because they do things that you don't see from many other teams.
So entertaining to watch as well. I mean, towards the end, U-Wings got close to the point. They had to burn ultimates just to be able to break through the slope onto the stairs leading up to the point, which goes to show how much pressure XOXO were maintaining, right? They were just able to take all this forward space with the likes of Zeta plus Songjak Woo running the Captain America and Spider-Man doing all that work to burn cooldowns against U-Wings, and that just made it so hard for them to sustain damage and healing for the front lines to take action.
Sometimes that's also the difference you see, right? You know, XOXO1, they've been in this place before. They've been playing at the highest level. They were here since stage 1. And now you have the likes of U-Wings who did come in through the open qualifier, so they're still getting a feel of what it feels like to play at the absolute highest level in the Asia region. And XOXO1 are definitely showing them how it feels like. It's almost like a welcome to Ignite kind of a scenario, you know?
Yeah, welcome to Ignite. These are the opponents you have to be up against. U-Wings, getting a bit of a short end of the stick against XOXO. It's a bit of a wake-up call, and what better to start off with the 4th place team here in Group A. This is the opportunity for U-Wings to turn things around, right? They know that, hey, we're no longer an OQ. We got to step things back up and push ourselves to the limit, dig deep, find out what strats they have to counter XOXO, and that'll take time. So we're gonna give them that time as we cut to a short break. Will U-Wings be able to pull out magic and bring themselves back into the map 3? or will XOXO do what they did best and do a complete shutdown? Only time will tell. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more. That now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time.
A dominating start from XOXO1 with a beautiful couple of shoutouts here on that domination match. Not giving Uwings a lick of a space to maneuver or play around, so Uwings will have to do exactly that. Lock in and fight their way back in. We're on to map 2, and it's a little small on my screen, but it looks like it's gonna be a
It's going to be that convergence. We're
Yes,
going to
convergence, thank you,
we're
sorry.
going to that symbiotic surface, a map that is really the most popular. I think it's one of the more popular ones if you want to go for the convergence game mode. But it does seem like that is the choice of map for Ewings. They will also start on the defensive side. They have opted to choose to defend first. And we gotta talk about this map a little bit because it's a little bit more different than most maps. You have a lot of these elements where you can really use to bend these elements really into your favor.
Yeah, there's a lot of interactivity that lends like natural barriers and bridges across different spaces within the home turf of Venom themselves, the symbiotic surface. We've got different elements of high grounds as tunnels, like high grounds typically on first and second point, but the tunnels around the early part of the third leg is equally as important. We've seen teams not realize that, hey, if you play a lot of Flyers comp, that might be great for the first two legs, but when you reach the tunnel, those Flyers don't necessarily apply the same pressure, so you're having to think about map design is equally as important when choosing your heroes.
Yeah, after the second point, right? You've got that little tunnel area, and it's very difficult for flyers to deal with that area, but before that, the first two areas, flyers definitely do reign supreme, but I'm just a little worried for Ewings right now. They did choose the map, but I feel like there is a world where XOXO1 take advantage of the map and just take out Ewings before the map really even begins.
Yeah, I mean, XOXO's fundamentals, they're strong, as we saw it, right? Just the coordination to think about, hey, once Jeff pops there, it's Jeff, ultimate. Make sure the ace on the Magneto bubble saves the bubble, number one, not burn that cooldown, and then bubble the Jeff, and make sure there's a BRB within line of sight. That's a level of coordination and strat that is it doesn't come at a whim. It doesn't come with luck. It comes with hours and hours of training and practice. So I would not be surprised if XOXO have something very similar tucked away up their sleeve here for the symbiotic surface.
Yeah, and so far everything has been relatively the same from that map number one. Both sides taking out the Mantis, Loki being banned out onto XOXO1, but XOXO1 will lock in the Captain America for themselves, and Ewings will take Mag.
Okay, wanting to make sure that Mag still remains as a secure option for Ewings that they were denied actually the previous round, and perhaps that might have been their pain point, not being able to provide adequate shields and bubbles around important players and to be able to walk up with the rest of your team. Plus, obviously, the nice Meteor M in the sky is a bonus on top. So that could be the game changer moving into it. But that leaves a bit of an opening for XOXO to ban out a few more players, right? Ultron plus Loki out of the way.
Yeah, I really like the Ultron and the Loki ban. Both of these really do shut down that dive composition, their XOXO1's main identity, if you will, and quickly being able to take away those options from Ewings. It provides XO with so much more room to work with.
Ooh, the hovers, the vanguards. Now on the chopping block is Emma Frost. Another great. I mean, we just talked about it. We just had an interview where they identified the banning of Emma Frost to give them an edge across their opponent, and hey, it's so important. But what's interesting is Ewings actually let Spider-Man slip, so that final lock-in for XOXO will be Song Jung-woo back on their classic Spidey.
Could make all the
Yeah,
difference.
I don't know if I'm 99% sure Ewings considered banning out the Spider-Man, but there's a decent argument where the four heroes that Ewings banned out for XOXO1 are just way more influential in the game as a whole. Like Spider-Man, you can most definitely shut it down, but if a Spider-Man has tools to work with, say like a good Mantis, good Loki, it's gonna cause more problems if they let those through. So I think Ewings did their absolute best when it comes to approaching this draft.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. You know, and plus it's a different change here. Ooh, Neil with a interest. We're gonna get a gimmick portal here. We're gonna get a nice gimmick portal. We'll see what exactly happens.
There's no way this works.
Hey,
there is no way.
Kudos to production
this works.
for catching this, right? I love seeing it in action as
I don't really care about how Ewings is setting up right now. I need to know if this works. There is no. What does he wait? There's a chance he waits. He's waiting. Oh no, he's gonna cast it. There's no way the feed lights up right now, right?
No.
No way! No! You can't. What? On your left.
I love it.
Teleported to his left and falls down and has to wait for a respawn to go off. But here we go. Now the fun begins for XOXO1. It's a little bit delayed. They delayed it about 6 seconds to wait for their fellow Cloak and Dagger to respawn, and now the massacre begins as everyone on XO, they fall victim to the gimmick, but Ewings fall victim to a team wipe.
I mean, Song Jung-woo on the Black Panther absolutely shredding with the adamantium claws, vibranium claws, my apologies. It is phenomenal to see, and Akame can't stand to hold down the test of time. Before you know it, 5 minutes and 35 seconds on the counter to push through 2 more phases.
No, it could have been 5 minutes and 40 seconds, but you know, something, a little bit of a hiccup happened on your left, you know, falling victim to the gimmick portal that we saw at the beginning. But in the end, still a great push coming in from XOXO1, staying true to their identity, doing what they do best, and they will keep on going as they will take out 2. Ace also rocking the magic as they go for a full dive composition.
I mean, we're just tearing them apart from limb by limb, right? Just taking all this high ground for themselves and really tearing down the walls for them to get easy access to this choke point. Sungju on the BP has to get out quick. It's just too much to bear. Now Neil hopping over to the Hulk as a bit of an active destruction. But look at the time coming in from these duelists. It's gonna be Magic plus Sungju just waiting and baiting the time.
The eye!
Perfect time to strike.
The eye from Alone Fills gets stunned up by Axelia with the snowball. That would have been a devastating ultimate for Ewing, but it's bailed out by Axelia. But is it going to be enough? The Horn of Proteus will be used by Akama to try to buy a bit of time. Here comes the Freedom Charge, as well as the hand of Bast. As everyone on EXO diving right in. Ace does get taken out. But it's just a small hiccup as Sungju Woo doing so much damage, so much work. But the stun coming from Alone Fills, finally stunning up 3. But it's only going to be Yutsu going down, but he does have the cocoon to come back.
Infernal Bomb popped as well, just to take all this space away from themselves. It's Ewing struggling to find an entrance. It's the perfect revival with 3 coming back alive. And now popping the fate of both worlds as Ewing's from the side actually just to sustain the rest of these folks. It's the fate of both worlds as a Hail Mary from XOXO.
Yeah, great stun coming in from Ewing. Stuns up 3 and takes out the 3 that were stunned up by the Eye of Agamotto. And it's just XOXO1. 3 members left, 2 members left now on the site. Make it 1 as Ewing's finally showing some signs of life here.
Signs of life. It was dicey and they lost a lot of map progress, a lot of cart progress. But XOXO aren't done yet! You want to come in strong, guns ablazing, knives are swinging! Ace already fighting the back line, and now the slice and dice will find 2 strategists out of the way for the side of Ewings.
Yeah, one thing you missed at XOXO1, they give Ewing no time to breathe, no time to recollect themselves. As they do secure that second point, as everyone just staggering now on Ewings.
Yeah, and they still have a hefty number of ultimates. Already 3 on their side. Dark Child 40% away, which means that, you know, it could take 20 seconds for Ace to build that. Ewings will have to come in strong with ones of their own, but look at the aggression once again. XOXO not letting Ewings sit on their laurels. They're not sitting on their laurels at all either. Akame will find Ace in the middle, a bit of a shutdown at the back line, but Sungju Woo fires back in kind. Those BPs doing what BPs do best.
Yeah, Akama switching over to the Namor. We saw him do it a few minutes ago, I think. As Akama is a great response to this dive composition coming in, but Akama is getting dangerously low, but great support coming in from the team to keep him alive as Akama does use the squid to take out Sungju Woo. That anti-dive starting to work out in Ewings' favor.
Anti-dive indeed, you gotta be able to counter these, and that's exactly what Akame continues to work is the gamma radiation buff as well, the support of rest of it by Sexia trying their best to hold things back, trying to force things more as well. It's gonna be the Karmic Revival coming out from the side of Ewings, able to revive at least Neil, coming back into the heat of it as Puny Banner. Hopefully Hulk will be making a bit of resurgence as Ewings hold down the fort just a little bit more.
Now Ace popping the Dark Child. The timing is now, he thinks, as he does find one before it's going to get shut down by the Fate of Both Worlds. 12 seconds of immunity, or is it, as Ace still finds Yutsu in the end, and the rest of Ewings falling down. The Eye of Agamotto only going to find one onto 27 A's, but the rest of EXO just cleaning up house. They want that 3rd point, and Akama does find one with the Horn of Proteus. We'll find a second as well, as Akama trying to be the hero. and probably will be the hero for now as U-Wings look to hold for another round.
It's messy. It's a back and forth attack, trade for trade so far as now the Hulk goes ultimate mode to force the rest of XOXO back on their feet just a little bit more. I'm looking at a little bit with the Eye of Agamotto as once again they want to take the fight in a different direction. Forces the Kamitai to readjust. Now the Eye of Agamotto beautifully done. Will find one, and X3 as well dropping to their knees. It's the cleanup crew from XOXO onto U-Wings. Fuyukan can't stand any longer, and with Puny Banner out of the way, beautifully timed by XOXO, it's on to this third point we go.
Great Eye of Agamotto coming in from the lone fills as he does wipe out 3 off the rip, and now they're looking ever so close to that third point. This is the final line of defense coming in for U-Wings. Akama does find 2, but it's all for naught somehow, some way. XOXO sneak the third point right under their noses.
Time to switch things up.
Right under the noses indeed. I mean, the fact that XOXO were able to just throw chaos into the eyes, ears, and mouths of the side of U-Wings meant that, you know, complete disorientation for the defenders at that tail end, and able to push their way onto that third point with, I believe, some time to spare. So that's a big buffer for XOXO moving to the second half.
Just a little bit of a breather as we wait to go into the second half of map number 2. There is a substitution that we did not observe until just now. U-Wings did sub in Yuri. That is the second Japanese characters on the left piloting the Doctor Strange. That is Yuri, and we may bring that up time and time again as we do make our way.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Okay, what have U-Wings got at the moment? They obviously need to bring the fire, bring the heat force, and over time that is their make it or break it moment to even making it into a map 3, and then we can talk further about what they can do. Looking at the composition, looks like triple strats are on the table with you two high in the sky, rocking the human torch. That might be their way in, actually.
Sungjak Woo on the Thor. I think Ace is committing onto Penny Parker. On your left on the Rocket as well as Neil. Doing some magic. Picking up the portal, putting themselves at that default high ground position.
I like it. Bypassing a lot of defensiveness from a Penny Parker, so Ace is a bit nullified, has to fight uphill, up battle, up ground as they XOXO want to force them out. They have to do that. You see a lot of pressure being made from downstairs as well, but he's holding the fort just a little bit longer.
Yeah, and it's all going to come down to Ace with Penny Parker with that nest, providing so much control, so much zone. As the nest is in a good place, it's not in a good line of sight. As Sungjak Woo will find Jutsu, and probably will find more. As he does use the Awakening Rune, but does dash away to safety for the time being. But look at the AoE coming in as a lone fills, just ticking in the damage, ticking in. So much work as everyone on XO piling on in, piling on top of U-Wings, and they will just absolutely wipe the floor. Zeta will find 2, Ace will find 1, make it a third for Zeta as U-Wings have to run back to spawn.
Come on in, join the fray, says XOXO. Bring us down to your level, and we'll make sure it's a brawl of the ages. You see the attack, Jeff. Nothing, you know, it's not so much seen anymore since the nerf or the change to the Jeff being a bit different. But hey, now the Hulk coming out alone, Fritz, being able to be taken out, that's a big one for U-Wings.
Yeah, great snowball coming in. Here comes 27A's with Karmic Revival. Not gonna quite bring Alone Fills back. He does have to run back to spawn. Sungjak Woo will get taken out, but the Karmic Revival will keep him alive. And Zeta, it's gonna be dangerously low. Will get wiped away as U-Wings. They are starting to look good, starting to push in, but Zeta does respawn thanks to the BRB. And look at the ultimates coming in by U-Wings and XOXO1. The Eye of Agamotto is gonna get shut down by a lone fill. Great awareness coming in. Akama trying to get the Karmic Revival down. He does get it in time, but the Jeff will not quite find the members it needs, but U-Wings still looking good to come out on top as XOXO1 had a man disadvantage, but Sungjuk Woo doing what he can do, trying to do his best, trying to do what he can to keep that point from going into Ewings' favor. But so far, Ewings, they are looking good right now.
As Guardian God doing their best as Ewings kind of flood over this side. It's gonna be the
here we
teleport
go.
is now on the BP, doing what BPs do best. Akame out of action, which is an important one. As Neil just taking things by storm, trying to claim the fight back for themselves. It's chaos across all fronts of the battlefield right now.
The Ewing still not able to take that first point just yet, as Yutsu finds a lone build with the kidnap, with the slashes, and is able to find one. But Ewings, they still have to take control, and they will take the first point.
Cleanup crew right now around this point. Just wanting to be eliminated as quick as possible so you don't be staggered a little too much is the name of the game. So, you know, those last few players from XOXO do just that. Let Ewings kind of take control of the cart, chug it along.
Yeah, it's a little bit separated right now, XOXO1. They're trying to regroup themselves, figure out a way back onto this site as the human torch is going to be used by Yutsu, but he gets stunned up somehow, some way, not quite sure how, but they're able to find the pick, and they will chug on forward. Zeta with the Mega Hulk, trying to do what he can, does so much damage, does so much hurt, but the Fate of Both Worlds is keeping everyone alive. That's 12 seconds, it's going to expire, the Eye of Agamotto will find two, but 27 days stays alive, and that Eye of Agamotto is not going to provide any sort of value as a lone build and Sungjuk Woo just going to just wipe out Ewings.
The rage of Ultron rings true, even able to find a human torch, just floating around trying to dodge, dive, and dip away from the lasers. That is Ultron. What a solid hold from XOXO, coming in strong and enough once again, wanting to rest on their laurels, catching Akame off guard, having to fall back into the recesses of Spawn.
A little bit of a breather now for both these teams. Finding ways to come back in. Sungjuk Woo will kick things off with the Freedom Charge with so many ultimates available on XOXO1. But there is so much bonus health as well to work with. Oh my goodness, look at Zeta just punching his way through, not giving Ewings any momentum, any control, any area of this map. As the Dark Child is going to be popped by Ace, as Sungjuk Woo pops in at the perfect time. Combine it with the Dark Child as they just absolutely wipe the floor clean. Ewings never had control, but they need to find a way back onto this site.
And the invisible boundary pops right after the comic revival. Give them a bit of breathing space and a bit of sustain as well. It's gonna be beautiful from the Namor on to Ace. But the BRB brings them right back, and now the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier online as well, which makes it the survivability of XOXO just a little bit long. And it's gonna be Rocket Raccoon finding their mark onto Adam.
Yep, Fate of Both Worlds going to give a bit of respite for Ewings. But there's really nothing more they can really do off of this Luna's ultimate. No ultimates to stack on top of it. No way of making their way back as Ace does get shut down while inside the Dark Child ultimate. As Zeta now popping his ultimate as the Karmic Revival going to be used by 27 A's will keep the team alive on the side of XOXO1. Ewings need to find a way in, need to find a way back, but they're not going to get given any sort of options, any sort of burn. Overtime meter pops up, but that meter might go down instantaneously as XOXO1 are taking control, taking this map in utter domination. And they're looking so good right now.
They are indeed. The slice and dice right now from the side of base says it all. Sungjuk Woo follows up onto Akame. Fugion tries their best, but instantly with the BRB from Ace means they're right back into action. Magic doing so much damage. There's so much control from XOXO, taking out Namor, taking out Doctor Strange. There's only so much Ewings can do. They're fighting for their lives, but with Luna still out of action, Ace as well as Sungjuk Woo doing everything they can to deny this overtime clock is running out, and it's gonna be a shutdown against Ewings. XOXO taking this by storm.
Oh my goodness. This series in general has been all XOXO1. They have been controlling every single aspect of the map, every single aspect of the series. And now U-Wings, they're just going to get absolutely blown out of the water. Welcome to stage 2, I guess, is what XOXO are saying to U-Wings. This is what you're going to be dealing with. This is what it feels like to play at the highest level.
We welcome you with absolute open arms, says XOXO, with a nice 2-0 right here in Group A. I mean, Zeta taking away MVP as the Hulk. It was an all-out brawl, but it just seems like every single player from the side of XOXO knew precisely where to be. And in the midst of all the chaos, there is actual decision making. There is calculated action. The dives from Sung Ju-woo as ace from the Captain America plus the magic just insta wipes some of the backline players, and that's precisely what you need to do in the midst of it all.
Yeah. Although it has been all XOXO1, I do have to give props to U-Wings for being able to adapt to what XOXO1 are doing. They are playing that dive composition, and we saw a little bit of adaptation. Akama piloting the Namor in the first half, and now Yutsu also piloting the Namor as well. Namor being a very, very good option when it comes to these dive compositions to try to counter them. And Neil also providing that extra support, extra backup for these Namor players with that team-up ability.
Yeah, and I gotta say, having magic, we kind of said during this pre-show, right? Oh, let's have a little bit more magic and ace. Rocking the magic plus the Dark Child. I feel like Asia is a little bit revitalized with what we've seen in the mid-season finals, noting that other regions running different compositions keep it interesting. Jeff, huge revival into the composition as well. And so it's exciting to see some of these lesser picked heroes coming into the play here.
Yeah, like the magic we talked about, we saw it in day 1, which didn't really work out as well as Incipients really wanted it to, but here in the hands of XOXO1, they were able to pilot it to perfection. Not only you had Ace being that dive player, you've also got Olunfils here, you've also got Sungjuk Woo. Top it off, even Zeta going for the dive, and with on your left and 27A's just staying in the back line on your left, providing right clicks, 27A's providing the left click damage as well. It was just a perfect storm for XOXO1 to just take over the second half.
Indeed. I mean, it was a hard-fought battle. Honestly, even Chad agrees that it really felt like a close game because of the way that U-Wings were able to kind of step up and move into the brawl-like chaos. And we're able to get a few picks here and there. But I also want to call out XO Leo, my apologies, for just providing so much healing potential, right? As a backline strategist, 37k healing to their name. I mean, that's a solid anchor if I've ever seen one. It's the struggle that I think they had was the burst damage that came out from these targeted picks. The target acquisition from XOXO was so perfected down to the wire, the second by second, instead of saying, okay, we need to target that, we need to target this player, we need to now dive. I'm pretty sure that they're a hive mind in the background. They're all thinking on the same wavelength, and that's precisely what you need to be moving deeper into stage 2.
I mean, to be fair, in map number 1, Sungjuk Woo and I believe it was either Zeta or Olunfils, I don't remember exactly. They were both running the same exact costume, and they were both corrupted by Venom, so it's no different.
Zeta.
And like it was Zeta. Thank you. Yes, Zeta was piloting the Captain America in map 1, and they were running the same costume, so that hive mind definitely ringing true here. And here in map 2, obviously no different, despite being on different heroes.
Hey, if there's any better advertisement for wanting to get the same skins as your duo, you've seen it right here on XOXO. The drip is absolutely real, and you can flex on your opponents while you look good doing it. And that's XOXO's plan, not just winning in the server, but winning out these mind games. Ultimately, it is an esports competitive scene, and mental fortitude is part of it as well. You can get whatever competitive edge you can over your opponents. So U-Wings will have a few things to learn moving forward in the group stages.
Yeah, and we are so excited for what EXO have in store. We were excited for them in stage 1, and here in stage 2, obviously no different with this dive composition. Now it's just a question of, can they still pilot a front-to-back traditional composition if they need to do so?
Yep, I feel like that was where they weren't, 100% comfortable at times. If there are really some targeted bans that do come out in XOXO's disfavor, then that might be the downfall. We didn't really see them thrive a whole lot. I mean, sure, yes, I apologize. 4th place is tremendous effort for XOXO, but if you want to gun for that top prize moolah, that treasure at the end of that rainbow, I think it's back to the drawing board, back to the scrims to be able to dig deep a little bit and show the opponents that yes, we have a little bit behind our sleeves, not just great target acquisition in the midst of a dive chaotic atmosphere, but strategically playing double shields, the long range poke. I think I've seen them a little bit on stage 1. We just need a little bit more so you don't get abused or shut out later on in group stages and in the future.
Yeah, and yeah, props to XOXO1 for doing so. Like, we saw them, that they were capable, obviously not their most comfortable composition, but they were able to pull it off nonetheless. But now here in stage 2, the meta is going to shake up quite a bit as we do as we move on to next week, where the patch will change things up a lot, honestly, as we'll see if XOXO are going to benefit from the changes, because from the looks of it, they might be taking advantage of it.
I mean, yeah, you're absolutely right, and once again, for all those kind of joining us who or didn't hear the news earlier, this week's 4-day tournament starting yesterday all the way to the end of the week is still running on the season 3.5 patch, and 4.0 will only kick off, at least for the tournament, folks, starting next week. So which means, all the changes to Loki as well as Luna, the changes to Moon Knight as well as Magic, the changes to Penny Parker with the little boost, the new little ultimate ability with the slow hits on enemies, those won't be in effect until next week. And I'm pretty sure, like you called it, we'll be able to shake up not only the picks and bans but the actual meta itself.
Yeah, right now I think XX are more than happy to wait until 4.0 drops here in the tournament, because yeah, like you said, most of the heroes that were selected here are going to get buffed, most notably the Magic, which is going to get a buff. I think the Black Panther is going to get a slight nerf, same with the Captain America, but that is also kind of expected. But nonetheless, still, XOXO1, I think will be in a good spot when 4.0 does come around. Now, on the flip side, we do need to talk about U-Wings. It was a great showing for them, despite getting seemingly blown out of the water. Not even seemingly, they were absolutely blown out of the water, but they really tried their utmost best to try to find ways to get back into it. We saw signs of life as U-Wings doing their best to adapt, but unfortunately it just wasn't enough.
Yep, sounds good. And I believe we've just gotten word that we will have the interviews coming in from the side of XOXO. Live with us here is on your left, already having the victorious snack in hand. On your left, how do you feel after that win?
Actually, I don't really know what I'm doing in game. I just hear my teammate just shout Luna, look, and heal everyone, and then I just stay still playing Rocket Raccoon, and then hold the right click, That's all I'm doing. So I don't really know what happened.
Hey,
in
if
game.
it works, it works, And
yeah, it's very good.
Yeah, and obviously your team really likes to run those dive compositions. Do you guys have a plan when it comes to going into these dive compositions? It looks like you guys were playing with a plan. So how do you guys make these dive compositions work?
I think it's actually like I don't really like understand about the comp of the game yet because I'm just new and like I just come in the team and like people say okay we have Sung Chukwu that like he based on Spidey and we have Ace, we have Alone Field and we have Zeta that they're always playing like dive hero. So like yep, we I think we just play our hero pool.
Yeah.
I love it.
Exactly
Right,
how you
combo
make it
picks
work,
are
yeah.
important here. You make it work. Precisely the point. I play a lot of Rocket. It's that right-click simulator all over again. I love it. Tomorrow, you will be facing off against crazy raccoons. Are you ready?
If you're not ready, you have to ready anyway, you know. If you have to play a match, I think this question I have to ask my teammate because there was the guy who carried me all the time. So like all I have to do is just hope I don't miss my out or like miss my heal and like I hope my team will carry me to the victory.
Hey, we love that. And yeah, if it works, it works again. So looking forward to that matchup. Go celebrate that win. Thank you so much for joining us.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And
what
that
a-
was
what a- what a
on
great
your
one.
left, the in-house strategist. Yep, for the side of XOXO. What a humble king.
Oh,
What
yeah.
we stand a humble king.
Yeah, he's just there. He's doing his job. Sometimes you don't have to fully understand what the composition really wants to do. As long as you do your job, you come out of the win. And here, it was no different.
It was no different indeed. I mean, you play your role, you play your part, you support the rest of the crew. Yes, as casters, the folks viewing this crazy match looks at, the elimination feed, right? Zeta, Songju alone for sure. But hey, who's supporting them in the background? It's the folks like 27A's. It's the folks like on your left, playing that right-click simulator. That's oh so important, right? They are the reason why we had that insane TikTok play of the BRB coming back from the Jeff during that first matchup. That's precisely the point. And so, hey, huge shout out, right? I know the interview, very humble was on your left, but you gotta, understand that you play such a fundamental role as a strategist here in a stack of 6.
Yeah, and just overall great plays coming in from EXO. And with those kind of plays, with that kind of synergy coming in, oh my goodness. So it's only just their first game. They still have to play, I think, 4 or 5 more matches left. And yeah, with that, it's just there's just so much more that we could just expect coming in from XOXO1. Looking forward to that. But for now, we do need to take a breather. We do need to take a step back. But yeah, we're going to take a short break. And when we come back, it might be the match of the night. So don't go anywhere.
Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do Across all time, I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. Do you see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories? And yes,
Deep Dog, guardian of the 8th city, surrender to the hand of heaven.
The devil doesn't kneel before false angels.
So be it. only one without fear! My birth and past are tainted. I fight to reclaim them each day. For heaven! Straight to hell! Glorious! Thoughts and prayers! Blessed blades! To battle! Feathered fury! Now is the time for salvation! Heaven! Fall! Weaklings! Overconfidence will destroy you.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls from multiverses far and wide, welcome back to Marvel Rivals Ignite Stage 2 here in the Asia region. And what better way for our third best of 3 of the night for it to be the match of the night. And Multi, what have you got for us to set the stage?
I'm vibrating with excitement. I have been so ready for this matchup since we started today for the day 2 here. Marvel Rivals Ignite Series Asia region, Genji versus Down Payment. Now, folks, yes, we've all heard of Genji, solid team, right? Second place here for the stage 1, second place for MRC season 1 as well. And I mean, obviously doing very well. Not too satisfied with their performance. They went ahead to change out 4 different folks, right? And so the likes of, you know, ZC, Kadia, Dotori, we actually just saw they were basically on the Zero Tenacity side during the first series. But hey, they've brought in other players as well from the side of Citadel, the side of Euphoria, X02 Blast players as well. They are a stacked team and want to push even further than second place.
Yeah, and Genji, like you said, this isn't the same Genji you've seen in stage 1. They have pretty much overhauled their entire roster, bringing talent from other regions as well. Monster playing from NA, same with False as well, playing under the Genji banner. It's going to be an interesting scene to see how this team performs as they start to move internationally.
Correct. It used to be full Korean, and now, you know, bringing a little bit of international presence, maybe opening their sights in terms of what other regions and teams might be running strat-wise, and so it's a little nice diversification. I'm here for it. I'm all about trying to bring in a bit more depth, and that's precisely what Genji want to do. Unsatisfied with second place is so Genji, right? To say, hey, I'm gonna do so many changes just to go squeeze out and push ourselves into first place and, you know, make it the way, hopefully even in the grand finals. But hey, enough about Genji. Let's flip the script over to down payment. Boy, oh boy, I'm so excited to talk about down payment.
Speaking of international talent, it's not just Genji that have been bringing that. It's also down payment. It's a ragtag group of teams from all over. If you have been following Stage 1, you can remember some of these names. Fun actually being an ex-Genji player himself. He got the boot now on down payment and now is going to face his former team.
Indeed. Not only that, Bobo King is also in this roster, one of the ex-rival esports teams from Stage 1. And then 4 more players from the land down under. We've got Lumi, Furikaki, we've got Six, and Donald, coming from teams like Vicious, Kanga, as well as Ground Zero Gaming. I mean, these are solid household names, and I think people who are sleeping on down payment aren't looking at the data. They're not looking at the tea leaves at the bottom of the cup. You've got to be looking deeper. BP are here to fight.
Yeah, they're looking like a solid roster right now. They did come in through the open qualifiers. All of these players, they have played at the highest level, but they essentially did have to start from scratch. And now they make it back into Stage 2 of Marvel Rivals Ignite. Despite being in different teams, despite being under a different banner, and with some Oceania representation here in the Asia region, this is already a great storyline to follow, especially here in this series.
Yeah, I mean, I love the term you use, ragtag, right? It's like guerrilla warfare all over again. The entire roster of down payment, we've got 5 different countries across 3 different continents. That's how much of a scrapbook this whole thing is. But the fact that they're all star players in their own rights means that they will come out swinging. The real question is, how synergistic are they going to be?
Yeah, I'm very curious as to how Genji is going to operate, because you've got a player from the United States, you've got a player from Canada, two of them playing right now here in map number 1. Top it off with a bunch of Koreans. I'm just a little bit skeptical as to how the communication is going to be here for Genji. I know this is also their first time playing here on the professional level, at least here on broadcast. So we'll see how they turn out against the likes of down payment.
Yeah, picks and bans are already in order, and nothing too surprising thus far. By the 4th level, we've already got our Captain America bans, plus the Human Torch out of the way for the Genji side, and rightly so. You know, we've got like the likes of Snake, who has been on the Ultron in the past, you know, has rocked a little bit of the Human Torch in the sky, so that's an important one to take out of their hands.
Yep. Now we are settled down. Yep, so far everything has been as expected. Both teams also banning out the Captain America, both teams banning out the Loki. Mantis also being off the table, so it's been a very, very mirrored draft coming in. And now we await to get ourselves onto the first map, which is always going to be domination. And the map itself is randomly generated. And this time, the random number generating gods have chosen Krakoa, a map full of portals, full of ways to get into several different areas of the map.
Yeah, so it leaves flanks a little bit open for the taking. You've got a little high ground here and there as well to set up a defensive structure for your strategists. And once again, you know, Felix rocking the Jeff, a bit of a comeback. I love seeing more and more Jeffs here in the server. It's beautiful seeing the Land Shark grace us with their presence.
And we've seen so many plays coming in already. Like, that last best of 3, EXO versus U-Wings. That synergistic play with the Rocket Raccoon and the Jeff ultimate, just providing so much utility, so much team-wide potential. And now we set our sights here. Genji Esports versus Down Payment. Soon enough converging here on the site.
Yep, triple strategist for the side of Genji, just to sustain it a little bit. Snake on their signature Ultron as well with the long-range lasers, as well as Brownie on their comfort pick as well. And Genji is already on to this point, supported by Monster, the US player here, rocking the Magneto. Quick and easy, trying to get this point underway, but Down Payment want to collect in as well.
Yeah, it's a North American front line, right? False on the Emma Cross, the honorary Canadian player here, Monster, the American player as well. And they're going to join forces to try to hold down the fort here of the front line as Genji look to charge up the site. But there is some resistance coming in from Down Payment. They're trying to make their way in, but Fun dangerously low, and now taken away.
Fun, can't stand against the likes of Genji, their previous team, and it's gonna be a clean sweep. Brownie taking to the skies, collecting names. Donald can't stand no longer. The percentage points are climbing.
Yep. Well, now Genji take control. That is step 1 of taking over this map number 1. And now Down Payment look to reset, look to regroup, and find another way in 6. Now on the Phoenix, as the rest of Genji look to hold off. Snake does have the Rage of Ultron. Felix is close to their ultimate, as well as Brownie. So Genji looking good to hold off, but Fury Kakae also has Eternal Bond. Lumi now also charged up the Fate of both worlds, but it's all going to be on to Monster as Bobo King finds an early pick. 6 will find one on the other side of the map as well. And here is the Meteor. Can he find the mark? Can he land the dunk? Yes, he will. Shuts down the Eternal Bond, but the Fate of both worlds is still available on Down Payment. So they should be able to hold off, but Felix will pop the ultimate first. Will pop that Fate of both worlds on the side of Genji. But now, how will Down Payment approach this? It looks like they're going to save their ultimates and regroup.
Oh, I mean, just the counter of ultimates from Genji was phenomenal, right? To take that back line quick and easy and to force out a few ultimates from the side of Down Payment as well. Bobo King using that that Dance of the Butterflies, not to the effect that we were hoping for. So I'm wanting more coming out from the ex-Marvel Rivals player. And now looking to kind of do another retake. Donald maybe on the flank as the Venom. 81% in climbing is Genji. They'll have to make some play, but Galactic Legends in the hands of Brownie. I'm looking at to start things off. 6 already on their tail. Looking to put sparks into Brownie and do exactly that.
Yeah, great pick coming in, but False is quick to trade. Lumi then immediately trades as well. Great timing from Lumi with the Fate of both worlds to nullify the Silex Seduction coming out of False as Monster taken dangerously low. And Down Payment, the discipline coming in them to save their ultimates for this push as the overtime meter starts to take fruition. As Brownie trying to zone every one of Down Payment away, but look at the meter. It's going in favor of Down Payment for just a bit, but it's already stopped by a single member of Genji. They just have to hold off this push, hold off any sort of resistance coming in, but the Eternal Bond is going to be used. Monster will respond with the Meteor M. Can he land it? No, he will not. So this zone of healing and damage from Fury Kakae will keep the team alive for just a bit longer as Down Payment will take over.
Oh, beautiful response from Genji though. Uri with a right click of all the ages will have to be traded out by Donald. Snake and Monster make it interesting. They're still competing on this side, trying to strip away any semblance of fun on this point. And sooner or later, this site will be there to claim. Overtime triggered. Looking at Down Payment to try to make a play here.
I don't think they're going to be able to do it.
King will be able to touch just in the nick of time, but Hoodie once again has their absolute number and will take control of Krakoa. Point number 1.
Yeah, the player operating the Strange went down as the overtime meter came in, so that respawn timer was just too much for Down Payment. Yeah, Donald getting wiped out at the worst time possible. Wasn't able to get the teleport down, get the portal to try to desperately claw their way back to deny that round 1 victory over to Genji,
30
but
seconds before you attack.
unfortunately,
Get ready.
that timing was all it took for Genji to take round number 1.
I should introduce you
Yeah, Genji, locking in Ultron for Snake has been so much value. The rage of this strategist is unparalleled, and with Brownie taking to the skies as well, able to get some of these nice picks. Honestly, Genji right now, well-oiled machine. Like they never left, like their roster has not changed. They're synergizing quite well with the likes of Monster and False, taking the front lines for themselves, and providing so much distraction for the rest of down payment.
Yeah, and now we move on to the second round. Genji looking to get a 2-round win.
I'm hurt.
But for now, they have to overcome the second part as Genji looking to take early control of the point before it even comes up as Bubble King has the dance of the butterfly. He's approaching closer, but he's immediately detected, but he will be able to get the dance in time. But the soul bond coming in from the Adam Warlock. So Hoodie will keep the team alive. Just survives the burst and
Put on a show.
bursts down Bubble King as well as the silence deduction does come in as 6 will be wiped out.
Wiped out indeed. It's gonna be Brownie finding another as well. The Soulbond doing so much to sustain the rest of Genji and with the double KO coming in from Brownie and Felix, I mean it's kind of a pushback against DP. Once again, it's Genji gonna be able to clean up and get their points rolling for this domination match.
Oh my gosh, Brownie is just playing with fire right now, dancing in and out of low health bar, back to full, back to low, back again. As down payment have to look to regroup as Genji do take control and already at that 20% mark. Quick checkup on the ultimate economy. Genji commanding in terms of how many ultimates they have to work with.
A nice deep freeze.
Your battle.
Great kind of fall back from the set of monster, but Donald still finds it. Now Brownie high up in the sky finds the Galactic Legends. I'm looking at Fun trying to enact some havoc with the Meteoram, but finds nothing. But eventually it's gonna be for Rakake and 6.
Oi.
Down payment, just collecting names at the moment. Before you know it, sights theirs. They're able to slowly get their first inkling of point control here at point 2.
Great little play coming in from 6 just to get that finish down as Genji now on the back foot. They have a lot of ultimates to work with. They actually didn't pop them out of desperation. They agreed to save them for the next fight. And now down payment closing the gap now here in round number 2 as Genji have a lot more ultimates to work with, but the Goddess of Death will be popped immediately. And there is the rage to keep every one of Genji alive, as well as providing the hurt, providing the damage from above. But here comes Brownie, dancing his way onto the site. Hoodie and Brownie will take 2, make it 3 as Brownie comes out with a double false, will add things up. Brownie going absolutely ballistic here.
It continues to show why Brownie stayed on this main roster. The tracking is unbelievable right now from the duelists, and collecting names is their key element here. Hoodie doing the exact same thing. I feel like Hoodie's taken out Bobo King like 3-4 times in the last 2 points, and that number's going to continue climbing unless Bobo King figure a way to get back in and style off.
Hoodie now needs to play the safe game, needs to run for cover just to make sure his Karmic Revival can go off in time. Down payment are threatening with so many ultimates. The Fateful Floats from Lumi, the Feast from Donald, Bobo King with the dance as well. Already taken dangerously low, which will force Lumi to use the Fateful Floats. And here comes the Feast. Doesn't quite take out anyone. Hoodie is forced into the cocoon. Who will come out on top? Who will come out victorious here as the meteor is going to be used and it's going to get shut down? Fun actually uses the meteor to take out Brownie. Pulse takes out Bobo King. Fun and 3 Kakae will take out more, but Hoodie saves everyone's life, saves everyone's souls as the Karmic Revival kicks in at the perfect time as Brownie finally coming online, dances his way back, but Steak will be the one to light up the feed.
And the backline disseminated for the like of down payment. It's a bit of a Hail Mary from Bobo King to find a target, but everyone's outside, and unfortunately we're in a bit of a pause here. Holy, as it gets exciting, I believe that timer is going to be Genji right up at the top there as we take a bit of a tech pause. It's exciting to say the least. And in the midst of it all, I think we'll have a bit of time to catch our breath.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, right. A quick little statistic here. I think it's Gen G already up in the 90s, very, very close to taking over. And from what it looks like, it is a 2-for-2 trade so far. And someone on a down payment is switched over to that Doctor Strange. So we will see a desperation teleport. It has to come down. It has to be used. But it's just a question of, can they put it in time? Can someone from down payment step onto site to trigger that ultimate meter or overtime meter? Sorry.
Indeed. I mean, Hoodie, the Adam Warlock on the Genji side being an absolute anchor. You kind of called it right? Having the Karmic Revival meaning you gotta hide somewhere nice and easy, and then when the chips are down, you pull out that Karmic Revival, you bring back 3, and then immediately pop that Galactic Legends to lay waste on the land together with Snake High in the sky on the Ultron. I mean, Genji players are playing out of their minds in the moment. It's a chance for at least down payment to make their payment here with a bit of a desperation portable. We'll have to see, the likes of Fun as well as I believe, Donald taking the front lines, being more tanky to be a bullet sponge against the Genji folks.
Yeah, right now down payment, although they are getting potentially 2-0'd here in this map number 1. They are also playing very, very well. They are using their ultimates to try to counter these ultimates that are also being used by Gen G, like the Meteor M shutting down that Galactic Legend that first time around here in the second round. There's a lot of adaptations coming in from down payment as well as Gen G. They're both playing at the highest level, but for now, Gen G are looking to be in a commanding position as we hope to get back into the game as soon as possible.
I mean, that was fun, right? On the Meteor M, just absorbing bullets from the likes of Brownie. Yep, the mainstay. That's beautiful, but we're probably going straight back into it sooner than later. I feel like there's going to be a tech pause that will be out soon as we wait for it. They have seconds to touch the point at the moment, so down payment need to really press the issue and get onto the point ASAP.
Yeah, we'll see how down payment decide to play out this map, to play out the round. But for now, we are slowly but surely, I think, making our way back. As now, eventually, we're gonna get back into the map, back into the series. But it's just a big question mark because right now, Gen G looking very strong right now, despite that international talent being come in. There was a bit of a question mark from us here at the caster desk. Can they adapt? Can they overcome that language barrier? And so far, it's looking like Gen G are doing a good job at that.
They are indeed. There's a lot of mainstays, like the likes of Snake as well as Brownie, just to be able to hold the fort down and continue to provide so much value like we saw in that previous fight. And down payment trying their best to get their way in. We got Bobo King, yes, trying to do some small lurks around the corner as the in-house Psylocke, as well as Furakake running the strategist alts time and time again to support their team. And we'll have to see if that's going to be enough for point 1 here. But down payment have a lot to prove. We kind of call them that ragtag team, and it will take a little bit of a a bit of shining, my apologies, in terms of trying to brush up their synergy, because like we said, they can all click heads, they can all come into the server swinging, but the real question is, hey, how do we do together?
Yeah, it really comes down to the macros and the micro strategies from both teams. But down payment also came from the open qualifiers. They have a lot of matches in their belt. They have played so many matches together, and now they're back in stage 2. I feel like some of those matches really helped solidify the synergy between these players. But now you're in stage 2. This is a whole different beast. And now we have gotten information that we are back into the fight, back into the game as Gen G are going to take control as down payment. Can they get the portal down? It looks like the answer will be no. And that means Gen G will take over map number 1 in seemingly dominant fashion.
Yeah, I mean, Bobo King knew the Wing-Con would have to be some sort of pick at that last possible second with the dance of the butterflies onto onto Brownie that we here see it. Obviously MVP with the number of KOs that they have to their name. And unfortunately, being ready for it was the aim of the game, just to be able to step outside of the deadly dance that Psylocke brings. And it was a shutout for the most part. Unfortunately, no third points to be triggered. And one in the bag for Gen G.
Yep, map 1 is very well in the bag. Thanks to the heroics of Brownie, who just went absolutely crazy on that Star Lord. Just getting a quad knockout out of seemingly nowhere. Was just able to track down everyone. But then again, you look at the stats from everyone on Gen G. Look at the numbers. They're all pretty much the same. And we talked about this time and time again. A team that is very similar to each other, very similar in numbers, is much more scarier than having a team that is relying on a star player.
Yeah, hero plays can only do so much, but when you have a well-oiled machine like Gen G, bringing in that international experience is going to be key. Looking at down payment, these stats, I mean, they're not that humbling either. 25k for the likes of Fun, trying to tank up against their old team as much as possible with the Meteor M, as well as some of these the shields coming in from Magneto as well. They're doing their utmost best to really be the forefront, along with Donald, who had a few Feasts of the Abyss, but unfortunately was quickly countered with some strategist ults that Gen G brought to the table. I feel like down payment individually have a lot of ideas up their sleeve, but the problem is I don't quite feel the synergy between the 6-stack at the moment.
Yeah, and that's now we leave it to down payment. The ball is in their court. They get to choose the next map. They get to choose what side they play on that map. So we're gonna have to see what down payment decide to go for. And keep in mind, it has to be either convoy or convergence. So no domination, nothing like that. And yeah, it's gonna be a big question mark as to how down payment will find their way back into the series.
Yeah, and I'm also thinking about the picks and bans that down payment can kind of work around. They did ban out the Human Torch as a target, I believe, against Brownie, but Brownie is deep enough to work the Star-Lord. So hey, are we gonna see a change in that? Do we want to also focus on Snake with the Ultron that has provided so much value in stage 1 and now obviously in stage 2 as well here in their starting series against down payment? Gen G looks solid, and it's really theirs to lose because down payment need to be able to come back with a game plan and force a map 3. But we'll have to see what they do on map 2. Only time will tell. And that time will soon pass in about 5 minutes. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after a short break.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember on those memories, and yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. We are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time.
Welcome back, everyone. We hope you spent that time taking a breather, because we for sure did. And now we head into the second map here of Gen G versus Down Payment. Gen G having that upper hand, have a map to themselves already, and now the ball is in Down Payment's court, and they will choose Midtown as their map of choice.
Yeah, it just seemed like Down Payment missed their first mortgage, so they have a second chance to fight back and forth and force perhaps a map 3. I'm just thinking in my head in terms of replaying that first map in my mind, thinking, hey, what else can Down Payment work? They ran like a single shield with the Magneto and a pseudo dive that was the Donald on the Venom plus Bobo King on the Psylocke, but thinking out loud, I didn't really see the coordination that came out that we saw perhaps in XOXO just recently on Symbiotic Surface, right, where the dives are coordinating and targeting backlines together. It's so much harder when you get hit with two different heroes, and when you have Hoodie on the Genji side rocking a great soul bond to spread out the damage, you can't go in with individual jumps. You got to move in as a team.
Yeah, we're seeing the stark difference between what EXO had been operating, what Down Payment had been operating. We saw EXO being that well-oiled machine, just knowing that they all have to dive at the same time, and they have been doing that very, very consistently. But here, like you said, on Down Payment, it looks a little bit off. Sometimes we see, Donald going in for those dives, going in for the feast, but Bobo King sometimes either a little too early, a little too late. The timing was just ever so slightly off, and that is all the difference it makes here at the highest level. These macro and micro adjustments need to be on point if you want to come out on top.
Yeah, and the macro adjustments have to start here, right? With the picks and the bans. Once again, I'm not gonna be surprised if we see the same. Oh no, wait! I'm gonna eat my words immediately. With Genji banning out Human Torch right off the rip. They know something that unfortunately I don't. They suspect it's going to be the likes of, Bobo King perhaps taking to the skies. I know Bobo King runs a lot of Psylocke. I'm trying to search in my memory palace for a Human Torch play as well. Balls in Down Payment. Going to lock in the Luna Snow though, so that's important.
Yeah, but then again, it's also Midtown, right? These flyers are very, very strong, especially in this Midtown map, and Human Torch is honestly just a very, very safe ban to go through. It's a very generalized one as well, so Genji are willing to just ban out a hero that is very, very strong here in Midtown, and Down Payment will do the same.
Yeah, once again, targeting those flyers, that's going to be super annoying. At the highest echelons, Human Torch can do it all, really. And Genji perhaps picking up on a bit of a trend in the last couple of matchups, will want to secure the Crystal Lady herself, Emma Frost, now solely within the choice for Genji, an important one to say the least. Let's see how the rest of these bans go.
Yeah, Genji picking up Emma Frost is very, very good for them. Emma Frost, especially on Midtown, there's just so many lanes, so many choke points that Genji can just absolutely control with that psionic seduction from the Emma Frost. And we saw in our past match, XL versus U-Wings, we saw them play on Midtown 2, and they both respectfully banned out that Emma Frost. I might backtrack a little bit. I don't know if it was XL versus U-Wings. It might have been our first match of Reject versus Zero Tenacity. But either way, banning out that Emma Frost was vital on Midtown. But here, it is going to land in the hands of Gen G, and Down Payment will not have access to it.
Yeah, and also interesting enough, Gen G banned out Magneto away from Down Payment, which is obviously a targeted attempt against their former player, former colleague, if I can say so myself. Right, Fun's gonna have to think about what they want to do within the recesses of their attack spawn. Right now, just I wouldn't look at Down Payment's roster just yet. You know, they're in attack phase, they have a bit of time. But Gen G look like they've kind of solidified it with once again running the triple Vanguard. Yep, I mean, we've seen
As
so
expected.
much plays around triple Vanguard strategists here around the first corner of Midtown.
Yep, and we've seen other teams operate it. Here, it's no different. As Gen G look for a 2-0 sweep here in our third best of 3 of the night against Down Payment. And now the push begins. The bubble to zone Down Payment for a little bit, but look at the approach coming in. Donald already sprinting towards the back line of Gen G.
They're doubling down on their dive, essentially, with Fun on the Venom, with the tendrils are doing so much, but no one's down just yet. Global King up top, gonna take down Brownie, who's super low, but manages to tuck away into the hotel recesses for another fight.
Yep, and now Down Payment, their dive attempt is foiled. They weren't able to take out anyone, and they're gonna go for it again, but it looks like it's looking good this time around.
Dance around here. Targets on 6. Will find the mark. That's Brownie switching on to the Vanguard. Can point and click his. Precisely what you need to do with a nice Magneto. Now, False just taking the front line once again. Huge space. And now the back line is being
great snowball.
I think just takes it out, unfortunately.
Yeah, great snowball coming in from Felix to take out the Jeff. And now there's going to be more adjustments coming in. 6 on the Punisher. Fun now on the Doctor Strange. Is this going to be a portal play, or are they just going to go head first? It looks like it will be the latter. They will just charge on through, but Monster is threatening the Strangling Prison.
Yeah, a bit of a changing pace, right? Double shields with poke damage from Down Payment. Wanting to not land the dive anymore now.
Oh, there it is.
Quicker in effect. It's gonna force out the rounds, waiting for that to go on, and that's gonna be the Meteor Ram finding so much value. Bobo King, as well as UV out of action.
Oh my gosh, fate of both worlds be damned. The Strangling Prison from Monster, and then Brownie lands the dunk with the alley-oop from Monster. It's gonna be 2 gone from the fight just like that. As 6 desperately finding the final judgment. The Lambs will keep him alive, prevent any sort of extra burst from coming down. But that revival from Snake is going to get stunned up. Snake still gets it off. Aya Magamoto is a little too late. Now everyone on Gen G already back into the fight. The Fate of Both Worlds is going to be used as well from Lumi with thanks to the God of Mischief. And here we go, another Strangling Prison from Monster. But there is not enough burst just yet, but Donald will finally go down.
You know, Mega Hurricane, a last hill effort. Bobo King has to retract and retreat with the rest of their team. They're not making progress, and they're starting to stagger just a little bit, especially after the attempt of the Karmic Revival and attempt at their life of a Karmic Revival. Fun was caught up on that second floor, so a regroup is in order. Down Payment, the times are ticking, left with less 1 minute now on the clock. Taking this high ground, the long range poke might come in useful to just to deal with all this shields and walls coming out from the Vanguards.
Look at the ultimate economy. It's already in Gen G's favor. Fury Kakai does have to Fate of Both Worlds available. And it's going to be a matter of time of when he wants to use it. Hoodie is dangerously low, finally healed up back into healthy fashion. As the rest of down payment slowly but surely moving forward, as there is a dangerously low Brownie, and Brownie is gone. Donald will find one as well, and that domino effect of down payment going into their favor, but the Karmic Revival yet again foils down payment's plans of further push, as Brownie will find Ricochet, who's held on to the Fate of Both Worlds, but Ruby will steal away a Fate of Both Worlds for themselves as the dump this time around doesn't quite land the mark, but 6 will still go down thanks to the left clicks.
The left clicks indeed. The barrel is a brawl onto this side. Monster finally finds a pick onto Yumi in the midst of it all. Now, I believe it's the Loki running the Fate of Both Worlds. Just trying to find a little bit more sustain and visible boundaries from the side of Hoodie. But onto Momo King having that number time and time again as a strategist. Is the counter. Strangling Prison coming up from Donald, but can't find any face as Pulse just stepping up when necessary. Able to take down player after player to shut out at 61 meters around the corner.
A commanding
Time to switch things
side from Genji, a commanding hold. And now things are looking really dicey now. Genji on the offensive, like you said, roughly 60 meters is all it takes for Genji to sweep out down payment.
Yeah,
And
we'll
what do
have to
down
see,
payment
how
adjust?
deep this strat book goes for the side of down payment. They went basically full dive at some point in time, realizing that they couldn't figure out the timings for the dive sufficiently. They couldn't wrangle Genji into the right corners, and Genji were able to weasel their way out. So down payment, swapped over to the double shields long range poke with like Storm as well as Punisher. Yep, those were the duelists in hand, but it's just once again too many shields and too many walls from the Genji side to make a difference.
I don't.
Down payment though,
I eliminate
looking
threats
for a different
and
approach to the
stumble
defensive
directly
side.
threats.
Most teams have been using the 3 strategist, 3 vanguard composition, but it looks like down payment going for the default 2-2-2.
A little extra power.
We'll see how this plays out for them. It looks like they're trying to take control of that first floor of the hotel,
3, 2,
but we'll see how it goes as the gates open. And now we approach the second half. 60 meters separates Genji from a map win and a series win, as Monster does lead the charge.
enemy turret.
Yeah, down payment opting to take a lot more high ground advantage, but hey, you gotta apply pressure on the cart, you gotta stall it out, so that leaves Double Strange Fun dropping onto the side. The stacks are real. It's gonna be Brownie and Monster falling immediately, and this Phoenix goes hard, sending Genji back into their spawn.
Yeah, Genji are set reeling back to spawn. Need to look for a different adjustment. Snake will go to the Phoenix. And Brownie and Monster staying on the mag and the Psylocke. We'll see how the approach comes in. A different approach coming in from Genji, looking to take the high ground on their right side. And down payment looking to hold from 2 fronts.
And that's the problem, right? You distract enough for them to get the cart far enough. Down payment needs to realize that you got to play both fronts. You have to play top as well as the cart itself, because it's nothing wrong. It's only stalled by a single player, but it's gonna be 6 going down to the likes of Brownie in the back line on his Psylocke doing absolute mayhem, trying to get
point is so
players
close.
at 6 combo womboed.
Yeah, the point is so close. Snake is providing so much burst damage. Everyone on down payment needs to scramble into the site. There's the invisible boundary. But it's going to cause so much chaos. Here comes the dive. It's causing so much damage. But Furikakai has to fate of both worlds. Will keep down payment alive as Fun and 6 finding their own ultimates. They are going to pop it. Fun doesn't get the stun off as 6 doesn't quite land the damage in time. But it looks like down payment are holding for the time being. The Emma Frost ultimate will be used from Genji as Pulse tries to find a way back as 6 on fire right now.
Yeah, the rare misclick I feel from, the Vanguard Pulse Sonic seduction perhaps not really required at that point in time. Might as well wait for a bit of regroup, but hey, that's good news for down payment, right? Bobo King now on the high ground looking for a bit of an advantage in this pick. While on the other side, Genji's already taking this top side, forcing them off this card.
Yeah, that's all they need to do. It's so close, 4 meters away from a map win as Brownie wants to kick things off, wants to start a victory push as Brownie will find another. Here comes the Meteor, finds another 2, and that's Gen G commanding their way to a 2-0 win. And in a matter of time, Gen G will just swipe away any sort of opportunity from down payment.
Holy, I mean, 61 meters all the way through onto Midtown on down payments. Map pick. It was a sure commanding defensive half for the side of Gen G, and it just took a little bit of a nudge and a couple of team fights from their Gen G's attack half to make it a nice 2-0 clean sweep against their opponents.
Yeah, props to Gen G for coming out with a win. We did have some questions coming in, especially with Gen G overhauling their roster, bringing in international talent from the likes of Monster and False. Both of them are from the Americas, and they have been recruited by Gen G, who, from what it looks like, have not missed a beat.
They haven't. They really haven't. Taking that front line presence, playing together with their team, False doing some spectacular movements around the Emma Frost. But hey, MVP once again going away to Brownie on the Psylocke with those combo wombos, those left-right clicks. Those shurikens do enough damage to secure yourself enough final hits and push yourself over a pretty short finish line. And looking on the other side, you know, it's not to say that these numbers aren't stacked for the down payment folks. Fun once again leading the charge here with 30k damage block on multiple vanguards actually.
And yet again, look at the scoreboard coming in for Gen G. Everyone doing their share of the work. All the numbers very, very similar to each other. And that is something great to see if you're a fan of Gen G, who again have overhauled their entire roster and now looking like the same Gen G, and that is some great news. As on the other side, down payment have a lot of work to do. They have made their way back into stage 2, albeit a different roster for many of these players, especially Fun not being part of that Gen G roster anymore. But then again, we are still at the early stages of stage 2. There's a lot more chances to come back.
Indeed. I think about Hoodie, right? Who ended off on the Invisible Woman, yes, but for the majority of it, rocking the Adam Warlock, had some insane karmic revivals. And I want to draw attention to the way that was being played versus the way that down payment were trying to counter it. There was, on the first half of Midtown, Hoodie on the Adam Warlock hiding away on the second floor, able to get the karmic revival out. And within seconds, Fun, I believe, on the Doctor Strange, right up there with a Eye of Agamotto. But they were the only ones up there, right? It could have been so much value if the rest of their team, the rest of the squad assembled around that Eye of Agamotto. But I think this calls to a bit of a flaw in the communication and the synergy that comes out from down payment. You have the calls being made, and unfortunately, perhaps there's too much happening on the cart. Granted, there's a lot happening on the cart.
Yeah, there's.
But you gotta be able to have the correct target acquisition as a team.
Yeah, and yeah, like you said, like these calls are just so close to being the perfect play. Like you said, Fun saw that the karmic revival was going off, almost got the Eye of Agamotto stun in time to deny it, but unfortunately, it was just, I think, like half a second or 1 second a little too late, and that was all the difference it makes. Again, these macros, these micro plays, making all the difference here at the highest level.
Indeed, you know, and I think it is. I actually kind of hoped a little bit more from down payment. You know, it does take a little bit for a ragtag team coming from, again, 5 different countries, 3 different continents to come together as a group of 6 and work out all their kinks, right? Work out their cultural differences, their communication differences. And I think this is a great opportunity to say, hey, I think we went against one of the best teams here right, within stage 2. We fell a little short, but a lot of learning opportunities to scrub through the VODs and figure out, hey, where are some of the pain points? Why can't we get survivability strong enough? Why can't we figure out how to counter flank some of their movements and as well as positioning? I think it's a great opportunity for them to head back to the drawing board and figure out how they can take this star-studded cast and polish it up.
I think that's something necessary to do, right? Group B, obviously a very, very stacked group. You've got both Reject and Gen G in that same group now, as well as some other heavy hitters from like none other than Zero Tenacity, who have a lot of big names that we've seen before, and they are very, very strong. But now Down Payment are sitting on the back foot in what we are going to nickname the group of death here, as they will need to find their way back if they want to squeak their way into playoffs.
Indeed. And if you're Gen G, you know, you gotta be feeling pretty good. Made a lot of roster changes, changed out 4 people in total, let go a few people, including Fun. Now you're playing against him. And it's kind of still working out for the likes of Monster, False, as well as Felix. Yep. These 4 making their opening debut here with the Gen G squad, and the numbers, I mean, are beautiful, right? Felix rocking on that Lunasoul 34k healing, and the output and the timing of some of the Fate of Both Worlds was impeccable, right? Now, of course, we can all sing praises. I know chat was absolutely singing the praises of False and Monster being the front line, the American front line, or North American frontliners for the Gen G squad, just able to tank and take and just sponge up all the damage as much as possible.
I think that's a good approach coming in from Gen G, right? You recruit 2 frontline Vanguard players from international talent. They both can speak English to each other. They both can communicate how they want to approach when it comes to their front line, and you just let everyone else, like the duelists and the strategists, to just stay in do their own thing, really, in a sense. You just let the Vanguards do their thing. You just give them the standard Vanguards, like the Groot, like the Magneto, and you just let them do what they do best. They just do their own thing, and they will just play off of the duelists. And I think that approach is what Gen G were envisioning when recruiting these players, and it seems to work out so well in their favor.
Yeah, I mean, if you're the coach or owners of Gen G, I feel like you gotta be a little heavy, a little happy with that performance that you just saw, right? Like, it is a bit of a gamble, you know. You had something kind of good working for you. Yeah, sure, only 2nd place at the end of stage 1, and then unfortunately a fairly quick elimination in the mid-season finals. And so you can either do one of 2 things: make slow, methodical changes and change 1, maximum 2 players at a time until you find yourself in a good kind of synergistic stack of 6, or you do exactly what Gen G did. You kind of tear open the machinery and throw stuff out that you didn't quite like, and put more stuff back in. And at least off the get-go, 1 data point is not a lot to work off, but it's looking pretty good.
Yeah, definitely. And Gen G looking to make a name for themselves, try to take over that top step. And it looks like we do have word of an interview incoming from none other than False, one of the Vanguards of Gen G, who will be joining us in just a moment.
Indeed. I mean, chat, once again, for these interviews, be sure to drop your favorite questions into the chat if we can pick those up. But lo and behold, we have False themselves here on the desk. Welcome, False. Welcome. How do you feel after that win against Down Payment?
I'm feeling pretty good. Solid. Happy to make it quick, you know. Pretty easy game overall, I can't lie. I was hoping for a little more fighting back, but it is what it is.
It is what it is indeed. And I know you're playing, I assume you're playing from North America. I know
yeah, that's right.
I'm also currently located in North America. How are you preparing for these matches? I know it's a very big of a time difference, and it's a little bit of a difficult time to adjust. How have you been adjusting to this?
My sleep schedule's been like pretty crazy actually. I go to bed at like 5:30, 6 p.m. I wake up like 2:30. 2:30 a.m. Then we got like do a little like review before our first block, and then practice like 4 to 8 a.m. And then straight after practice, I'm going straight to school. Like I got class right after.
Oh my goodness.
It's a schedule.
That's
yeah.
wild.
Chat, let it be known. It's not just fun and games here behind the scenes. Our esports players are athletes at their finest level, and False is a solid specimen of that. Hey, moving on to kind of like the team synergy, you know, you're moving into a pretty stacked Korean roster that have really established themselves. You and Monster coming in from around the world. You know, how was it trying to integrate yourself into an established roster?
It's had its challenges for sure. Like the language barrier is definitely like a little bit difficult, but honestly everybody on our team has like pretty solid English, like basic English at least. So most of our comms are in English, and I think everyone does like a pretty good job trying to like understand, and we like, you know, we have like certain keywords for certain ideas that we want to communicate. It's been relatively easy, like a relatively smooth transition from formerly like only playing with like full NA rosters.
Yeah, and that is great to see. And obviously, you are definitely carrying the Gen G banner. You are looking like the favorites to win it all. And with that, I think that'll be it for the interview. Thank you so much for joining us, and you can go celebrate with the team and maybe get some sleep as well.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you guys for having me. Appreciate it.
And that was False, the new Vanguard that is part of the Gen G roster, making their opening debut. I mean, it's good to see them all calm, collected. Yeah, it might be the sleep deprivation talking, but if you're able to play your hearts out just like False did, I'm pretty sure Gen G will have no problem moving forward.
Yeah, and that's something great to see, you know. Despite bringing in international talent, this was something that Gen G wanted to do. They wanted to bring in more talent, bring in some more firepower from other regions. Americas and EMEA really have been the regions to look out for, at least here.
Yeah.
At least on the mid-season finals. They have been really the top teams to beat. And now with Gen G having some of that firepower and maybe giving Zune a little bit of a break. He is the coach for Gen G, and he was forced to play in some of the matches, and now he gets to fully focus on his coaching duties. So I think this is a net gain for Gen G as a whole.
You're right. Two birds with one stone from that statement. I totally forgot that there was the coach subbing in multiple times during stage one, and that, you know, sure, you have a star-studded kind of deep library of information that is your coach, but it's hard to remain impartial and take a bird's eye view upon the action to be able to advise adequately over games, over weeks, over days as well. So a great start, at least for Gen G, to think about, hey, how can we really keep our coach benched? And not benched, but like at the sidelines, doing what coach things does, looking for opportunities to spot out weaknesses and hone in your strengths. So that's precisely what we saw for today. False said, hey, it was no sweat from that perspective, and they must be feeling pretty good about that. So that'll be series number 3, Dan, as a quick 2-0 for Gen G versus Down Payment, and we'll be on. And that means every single team thus far in Stage 2, Group A and Group B have played at least once. But boy, do we have a treat for you. We're going the distance. We're going to bring you one additional series. That's going to be Crazy Raccoons versus Assemble Fire. Once again, we're going to cut to a break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more action.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. I need to unleash it. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across
Dictum, guardian of the 8th city, surrender to the hand of heaven.
The devil doesn't kneel before false angels.
So be it.
Double.
You are not the only one without fear! My birth and past are tainted. I fight to reclaim them each day. For heaven! Straight to hell! Glorious! Thoughts and prayers! Blessed blades! To battle! Feathered fury! Now is the time for salvation! Heaven! Fall! Weaklings! Overconfidence will destroy you.
And welcome back to the stream, you hooligans. We're entering the Demon Goblin hours where things are gonna go absolutely wild. But before all of that, a little public service announcement for you, chat. The time is nigh. In 4 minutes time, your Twitch drops will be bestowed upon you in terms of, just counting out the time to work towards your Blade Will of Galactica skin. And if you aren't counting those, make sure you have your Marvel Rivals account also connected to your Twitch account. Chat, help each other out. I'm sure y'all will be civil in there. Dan, we're on to the final series of the night.
Yep, the final series indeed. And it's none other than Crazy Raccoon versus Assemble Fire. We watched them play yesterday against different teams. Crazy Raccoon getting a win over Incipients. And on the flip side, Assemble Fire, I think, are on the back foot this time around when it comes to their match against Onside Gaming yesterday. So now both of these teams, we've seen them how they play, and now they get to play against each other.
Yeah, no, I'm thinking about the roster changes from the side of Assemble Fire, right? They obviously wanted to bring in a bit more firepower with the likes of Behemoth plus Kiss Me More, which honestly did pretty good numbers in yesterday's matchup against Onside Gaming, but unfortunately just couldn't quite hit the mark. And now Crazy Raccoons with their pickup of NX, right? The duelist in mind who we interviewed yesterday as well, absolutely clearing shop as the in-house duelist. He's just taking names left and right.
Yeah, another American here recruited onto the Asian side. NX has put on an absolute show, and he was also part of the opening matchup yesterday and has just been lights out for Crazy Raccoon. And it's no surprise that they come out here with a win under their belt, and now up against Assemble Fire, who, like we said, did not come out with a win versus Onside Gaming yesterday, but now they have another shot at it.
Yeah, I felt like, you know, Assemble Fire had the chance to bring themselves a bit of a leg up yesterday against another OQ team, but now against Crazy Raccoons, I mean, okay, weirder things have happened, right? We saw Reject lose against Zero Tenacity, so again, it can be anybody's win here. Could absolutely be Assemble Fire's, but they'll have to bring the heat, and hopefully they've had a bit of time since yesterday to assemble themselves into a fiery start here on Krakoa.
Okay, so far a near 100% presence on strategists here in the picks and bans and locks. But right now, Phoenix is going to be a priority of a ban here. They might have seen NX absolutely cook on that Phoenix, so it's going to be taken away, limiting NX's pool of heroes that he can use to try to carry Crazy Raccoon to another series victory.
But yeah, just like yesterday, NX's the hero pool runs deep, right? Running the Groot yesterday around the corner of Spider Islands. I mean, that's phenomenal. They'll go ahead right now, both sides. Yeah, actually, look, they've Assemble Fire decided to ban out 2 flyers, right? That's a real target against NX. Both Phoenix as well as Human Torch out of the way. That is definitely trying to nerf their duelist.
Yeah, NX is going to be the main focus here to try to shut down Crazy Raccoon, but NX looking to opt to go for that Star-Lord, which has been picked up a lot of traction recently, and something worth mentioning, especially on NX, he is considered one of the best Star-Lord players in the world. So all eyes are on this Star-Lord player. Can he show us why he's the world's best, or do Assemble Fire find a way to shut it down?
Yeah, just to be clear, that's self-proclaimed. That is a self-proclamation from NX themselves, but hey, I mean, that might be it. They're hovering that at the moment, the Starlet in mind. Let's look at the flip side, right? Assemble Fire running a semi dive composition. We've got the Blade maybe making a bit of a resurgence, and Magic on the roster. I like to see more of this Dark Child action.
Yeah. A lot of Dark Child action has been seen so far in the first 2 days here of Ignite Stage 2. And now it looks like Kiss Me More really wants to make this work. Behemoth on the Captain America 01 operating the Blade, which has seen a bit of light lately. But for now, both teams looking to converge on the site of Krakoa.
Oh, the counter on to J-Mac. J-Mac trying to get the flank, but it's bummed out by my mate, on the Star-Lord. Now has to skedaddle away. Blade on their hunt. The survivability of Behemoth is not quite there. Soonwood will find their mark and open things up for Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, here we go. NX tracks down Mafia, tracks down Bainey. That's 2 of the strategists. The only 2 strategists of Assemble Fire gone and out of the fight, and that's going to be an immediate win for Crazy Raccoon, and they will start stacking up the site. And NX shutting down 2 just like that. I think it's safe to say that he's not capping. He's saying he's one of the best.
He's not capping. There might be truth in that, chat. There might be truth in that. Now my mate Nate will have to fire back in some form or manner as well, trying to apply pressure onto JT3, who's very unfazed, and Heian understands why we locked in the Ultron during the pick and ban phase. Is able to disseminate with those lasers. And G-Mac doing exactly that. Everyone is pulling their weight, pulling it all front, rip as well. It's a team wipe coming out from center base here with Raccoons, and Assemble Fire have 0 answers.
NX comes out with another double as well. And now Crazy Raccoon in a commanding position, already halfway done, charging up the site. And Assemble Fire just look absolutely disoriented, stunned out. And now what did they do? I don't think the strength of NX on the Star-Lord really expected Assemble Fire to do deal with what they have to deal with as a little bit of a backdoor play coming in from Assemble Fire, and they will actually make it work. They do take control as NX will find one with the Galactic Legend. They catches Mafia, struggling to make it onto the invisible boundary as NX does find two, needs to run for cover, and will do so in the nick of time.
Oh, but now targeting the other Galactic Legends that play on play at the moment. Rooter and trying to find the mark. But find it. It's gonna be 0-1 as well. Beanie immediately out. This feed lights up blue. Crazy Raccoons able to take this site back under their belt. 26% is all Assemble Fire Glad. NX hungry for more. Catching the right Loki. The God of Mischief stands not against Starlord themselves.
It's hard to do a little bit of mischief if NX knows where you are and just absolutely lasers you down. And X just putting on a show again. Kiss me more. And baby, don't know what happened to him. Just like that, that health bar hits 0. This overtime meter will hit 0. And Crazy Raccoon will have 1 on the board.
Over before you know it, right? I mean, that consolation 26% that Assemble Fire were able to get under their belt. I mean, it's only because they were the rest of Crazy Raccoons was playing as a team, trying to take control of the teleporter that Assemble Fire were trying their best to get through, only because they gave that up. But that was honestly a consolation prize at best.
It's crazy that NX is landing these shots, but you know what makes it a lot crazier? NX,
Get ready.
keep in mind, he's playing in North America right now. He's in the he's more in the America side, so the latency, the ping, is going to be a slight issue for NX, but from what we've seen in that first round, it looks like it's not bothering him at all.
Starlight's running future sight, just predicting the frames as to where their opponents might be. The composition for Crazy Raccoons has not changed a bit. They like running this 2-2-2 at the moment. Rip being an absolute nuisance in the backline. J-Mac and Heian doing wonders as well. Flopping between attack as well as defense and healing at the right times, at the right moments.
Yep, God of Mischief is also available for Mafia, right? Kiss Me More also has the Dark Child available as well. It's a matter of how can they make this work as NX gets first blood and will find Mafia instead. That God of Mischief ultimate will have to wait just a bit longer as Hyon with the God of Mischief finds 3, will almost look for 4, sees that Hulk turns into a baby form as Bruce Banner needs to run for the hills as everyone else on his team falls before him.
Heian, beautifully done with the Rage of Ultron. I mean, looking at the ultimates, Crazy Raccoon still very stacked. J-Mac holding on to it's Jeff from the Land Shark aspect. There's corners, there are cliffs on this map, and that could be their demise as well as right now. Assemble Fire just trying to fight their way back on the site, want to strip away this high ground from Crazy Raccoons as much as possible, right? But the problem is Crazy Raccoons, they've been playing very loose and fragmented. They don't really hold any space for themselves. They can't just take these quarters for themselves, and Mafia will now top the invisible boundary, but it's Jeff. This Yummy comes out. Will they find their mark?
Well, how many did he land? It doesn't matter, actually. It's the Horn of Proteus is going to shut it down immediately. NX will trade out that Namor as NX dancing his way onto the site. The invisible boundary in favor of Assemble Fire will keep them all up and going. In charge will be the response to that invisible boundary. Dark Child also going to be committed. Soon Hoon's Fate of Both Worlds goes away, and Kiss Me More finally will find a way to shut down NX.
I don't know though, they're still trying to make it in because someone Rip just able. Oh my god, JC3! You can't be doing things like that! 0-1 absolutely disseminated. It's just the big, the scary Hulk that now will be converted into the puny banner. They want out of action. There's so much that Crazy Raccoons is bringing to the table.
Yeah, so much action coming in favor of Crazy Raccoon. JT3 landing so many of those key right clicks. Keep in mind, the right-click knockback does keep you suspended in the air for a little bit, and that's all it is. Oh my god, what a snipe from Hyon as well. But yeah, with the right-click coming in from JT3, it stuns him in the air for a little bit, and it's looking like all but a shutout here in map number 1. Crazy Raccoon with a commanding win over Assemble Fire.
Holy, I mean, some heroics, yes, but ultimately they're loosey-goosey, and this makes it so hard for Assemble Fire to really pinpoint, okay, where are the target weaknesses? Because they're just like water. They flow into any bucket that you might throw. They're taking philosophical lessons from the likes of, Kung Fu masters because they want to go with the flow and they want to Tai Chi their way into victory.
A little bit hard to use Tai Chi when you have NX coming in guns blazing, and that is exactly what Crazy Raccoon do. They punish the loose sort of playstyle that is being used by Assemble Fire, and Crazy Raccoon just go right in, just a quick jab in the throat of Assemble Fire. They are sent back reeling, having to regroup themselves, go back to the drawing board, figure out what they need to do for map number 2.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard, I feel like they were shut out on so many fronts. Yes, NX being, one of the hardest hitters here with 15 final hits to their name, and brilliantly done with a nice 4-piece as well in the metal column. But hey, I feel like the rest of the team were absolutely wrecking as well. Sung-hoon with beautiful strategist ultimates coming in. Heian with those long-range lasers. J-Mac being a new set. I mean, JT3 themselves. These names were shouted out from multiple calls and multiple plays that they individually made, not just as a player, but also collectively as a team.
Yeah, it really did feel like we were just glazing NX throughout the entire series, right? He has been the one making the plays. He's the one making all the flashy moments, but we do need to shout out JT3 and Hyon as well for providing that extra support coming in. While everyone on Assemble Fire, they were definitely trying to shut down NX, but with JT3 and Hyon, as well as the rest of Crazy Raccoon just playing out of their minds, this is looking dire for Assemble Fire right now.
It is. I mean, we're looking at the replays at the moment, looking at the way that just Crazy Raccoon's dancing circles around Assemble Fire. There's one thing that we kind of failed to mention in the scoreboard, which is the fact that Crazy Raccoons had a total cumulative 3 eliminations on themselves, on their side, which means that Assemble Fire cumulatively only eliminated 3 total players from Crazy Raccoons, which is an unbelievable statistic.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen anything more dominant than that. Yeah, NX only fell once, J-Mac fell twice, and that was it. Everyone else on Crazy Raccoon have a 0 on their eliminated statistic, and that just shows Crazy Raccoon just in a very, very commending spot. And we've got to ask a little bit on what Assemble Fire do for map number 2.
Yeah.
Because right now, they tried to shut down NX's pool by taking away the Human Torch, taking away other options like the Phoenix, but they left.
Yep.
Yeah. Now, it's just a hard choice of, do they take away the Star Ward, or do they just let him be and just focus on other bands now?
I'm not too sure at the moment, I think about perhaps the way Assemble Fire... Okay, before I go into that, number 1, don't choose Midtown. Don't choose Spider Islands. Perhaps because Crazy Raccoon's absolutely wrecked on Spider Islands. Don't choose it. That's number 1. Number 2, Assemble Fire. Double shields for the most part, right? They're really trying to work it with a semi workaround. Yes, they had Magneto in their composition plus a Hulk at some point in time, and I felt like it didn't quite work out. Like you called it, like the looseness that Crazy Raccoons could run worked for them, but not necessarily for Assemble Fire. They kind of need to come out as a cohesive front, and whenever they get poked around from the edges, that's where they should be able to defend themselves as a collective instead of getting picked off one by one by one by one. All these individual picks is where Assemble Fire's kryptonite might be. So it's back to the drawing board, back to the lab to figure out what else they can pull out, because they need to dig deep. They need this point as much as everyone else to put themselves at least first on the board here in A, and we'll give them that space, give them that time to figure it out before we hop into map number 2. This could very well be the last map of the night. So stay tuned. Do not go anywhere. You want to be able to see this.
Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. Do you see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories? And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time.
And welcome back to the final series of Day 2 of Marvel Rivals Ignite Stage 2. Heading into map number 2 between Crazy Raccoon and Assemble Fire, with Crazy Raccoon coming out with a dominant first map on Krakoa, and now Assemble Fire have the choice of choosing where to go for map number 2.
Yep, it's either going to be a convoy or convergence, and we'll kind of see where they want to lend towards. But hey, word of advice, Assemble Fire, please do not choose Spider Islands. We just saw Crazy Raccoons do the most ridiculous defensive shutdown with triple Vanguard, triple Strategist on their side. 22 meters was all the opposition got. And so that's probably one you don't want to pick. But hey, anything else is fair game at the moment. And hopefully something that you, yourself, and your team feel comfortable in, because you gotta get this dub.
Yeah, you get the map selection. You do get to choose where to start on that map. You get to choose if you want to attack first, you can do that. If you want to defend first, that also works as well. I don't think that, as far as I know, there's really any sort of advantage. I feel like it's just more of a kind of a mental thing in the end.
Oh, that's interesting. I feel like sometimes it's also the vibe, like players do scrims and ultimately you feel more comfortable playing certain compositions, the ones that you're familiar with on certain maps, and so it still comes down to it. And looks like we'll be going back into, is that Midtown? That's Midtown.
Yep, that is Midtown.
That is Midtown. Honestly, this is wild because it took us like 5 days to get to a single first Midtown during stage 1, and already we have 3 by day 2. I mean, Come on!
Yeah, that is crazy. Something definitely altered, I guess, in terms of how these teams have been preparing. Then again, Midtown has also been out for quite some time now, so I'm sure most of these teams are comfortable rocking the Midtown over some newer maps. Say like Araco, which has been also one of the newer maps that we've seen, and we haven't seen that a whole lot in stage 1 as well. So teams really do like going for maps that they have a lot of reps in, they have a lot of time spent within those maps, and Midtown starting to hit that threshold of, hey, we've played a lot of games here, we've played a lot of matches, why not just go for this? It's one of our more comfortable maps, kind of like Symbio, kind of like the Brazil. But today, I'm pretty sure Midtown has been the popular choice so far.
Indeed. But having said that, interestingly enough, we've never actually entered phase 2 of this convoy map. So far, we've only been stalled out in phase 1. And that's where, you know, that 1 point makes the whole lot of difference. That single binary number will give them the dubs for either team. So let's hope that both these teams can make it a little bit more drawn out, because I want my popcorn. I want to dig deep and entertain myself tonight.
I don't know if popcorn for us will really work out. We're going to be yapping a whole lot. We're going to yap it up a storm, so I don't think we'll have time to munch on some popcorn. But I know the viewers back at home. Viewers back at home definitely will take advantage of that. But for now, we do head into the picks and bans. So far, it's been the same old, same old. Both teams taking away the Mantis, both teams taking away Loki, and taking Luna for themselves.
Okay, Ultron as well out of the way.
Okay.
This is Heian being targeted from that perspective, who has done so much with those long range, you know, point blank lasers. Plus, hey, is there going to be an adjustment from Assemble Fire to possibly ban a Star-Lord?
Do they want to do that? That is really the big question here. I don't know if they really want to. Taking out a single duelist at this point is a little too late. I think you just all in with the strategist bans that are coming in, and it looks like the Crazy Raccoons will take away the Strange, deny at any sort of portal plays coming in for Assemble Fire. That's just going to make Assemble Fire, and that's going to put them in an even more uncomfortable position.
Yeah,
and keep
in
in
noting
mind
that Assemble Fire start on defense.
Yes,
right?
yes.
So momentum is key. Sure, yeah, on attack side you have faster respawns, but the first half of this game, Assemble Fire will not have the quick teleport to bring back reinforcements from the long spawn times of their defensive door, and therefore it could be the mental game here that Crazy Raccoons are playing.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
Yeah, after thinking about that, like you said, Assemble Fire on the defensive side, Crazy Raccoon ban out the Strange, so that momentum that Assemble Fire could get to try to prevent a stagger, use the portal to regroup the team back together. Getting rid of that option is going to make Assemble Fire, the pressure is immense on them right now. Just having to perform, preventing a stagger.
I mean, they're feeling pretty good at the moment. It's going to be them trying to figure out how to make waves here on this Midtown. Beautiful cinematic views envelop us, and we're already seeing that third point pop up on your graphical screen that we've never actually seen players and teams push the cart all the way to the end. So hopefully that'll be seen today.
We've never even made it into the train station either. We've gotten like barely to the first point, and after that it's just been we've only been outside for the whole first, or actually the entirety of map number 2.
3,
and
2,
now here
1.
we go. Assemble Fire on the defensive side. They need to have the hold of their life if they want to stay alive in this series. But Crazy Raccoon also threatening the same as NX gets dangerously low, but is able to regroup as the Phoenix.
Yeah, this top side, second floor is important, you know, it allows a bit more stacks to come through! That's precisely why NX is the GOAT here, just sniping 0-1 from out of the skies, applying these sparks, applying pressure onto Behemoth, having to scramble out around this ambulance.
This guy just doesn't miss. He just lands every single shot onto 0-1 and is forced to reel back into spawn as Kion is there as extra support with NX dealing the hurt, dealing the damage as the hand of Kashu goes down. But everyone already disperses, already just dissolves that ultimate and is going to just keep on pushing, keep on moving forward, and there is no sign of stopping as they take first point.
I mean, we've gone from not having a single first point checkmark to instantly having one at the 520 mark. Now, my mate Nate will have to back up with so much pressure. Gets this drop on Heian, who has been a playmaker thus far, so it's important to say that maybe there's a bit more space for Exemplifier to play around, but not with JT3 right up in your face. The Groot just making waves, and look at how many ults as well that Crazy Raccoons can bring onto the table here.
Yeah, Crazy Raccoon have an abundance in terms of ultimate economy. Exemplifier do have key ultimates coming up very, very soon. Mafia with the Eternal Bond, my Nate, Tongue Twister is just too confusing, but in the end, Phoenix ultimate comes down as NX is there, will dodge away from the pulse charge. Made of both worlds from Bainey is going to keep Exemplifier alive for just a bit longer as 0-1 is going to get shut down. So is Bainey, so is Kiss Me More, and more will follow as Behemoth goes down as well.
Great walls as well coming up from JT3 to isolate.
How in the world is he landing this?
Exemplified. I mean, just click God, right? Just see hit, click hit. Easy enough, says NX. I mean, if you can do what NX does here in the server, you are unbelievably sharp. And look at them, they're just trying to cut off the rotations nice and early.
Whoa.
Oh, wow, a bit of a trap play there for NX. Maybe it's a...
Oh, no, it's intended.
Because you're up in the high ground. You take out Kiss Me More, as well as Beanie. What is this madness?
The portal from Rip Asuko to transport NX to the backline, to the spawn of Exemplifier. The amount of zoning NX is providing right now is giving Exemplifier so much discomfort here as Crazy Raccoon, they're just gonna comfortably push the site. Rip Asuko is just holding down right click.
Rip's just chilling. Just,
he's just chilling, yeah.
Take it off the heart. It's the shotgun coming out. My main Nate coming out as both. Some response. JT3 trying to hold their lives together, but finally forcing this Doctor Strange off the cart while within Exemplifier's control, moving Raccoons back into their spawn.
Yeah, they do shut down the push, but look how much work Crazy Raccoon have done so far. 2.5 points. And with the aggression coming out of NX, look how much distance that Crazy Raccoon were able to provide for themselves. And now it looks like Exemplifier showing some signs of life here as they look to hold off a third point as NX comes in, as well as securing the person from JT3. It doesn't look like it'll land on anyone important as Soonhoon is using the Fatal Foil to keep everyone alive before more ultimates are dumped in.
Looking for the Kraken Impact plus the Meteor M. Hey, we'll find 50 more. Now the Moon's haunting everyone. It's gonna have to dash out of there with their life. Fortunately, Behemoth now forced back behind this wall. The hook misses, goes wide, but Heian applying so much pressure now onto NX, taking the fight into Moon Knight. Absolutely denying the stacks are true. They're coming alive. They're forcing someone back into the Avengers Tower. There's no way out. Look at the zoning coming out from Crazy Raccoons. There's no way back onto this card.
Yeah, even with an Iron Fist available, Kiss Me More doesn't have a way in. Rip Asuko will just all but seal the deal. 3 go in favor of Crazy Raccoon and Exemplifier. What do you do in this situation? NX is an absolute demon right now.
Absolutely a demon. I mean, it's one thing to click hits, it's another to trust that the portal that your Doctor Strange gave you will lead you to an advantage position. They've taken map space non-stop. They've just had their W key super glued down into their keyboard, and they're not letting up at any instant.
I know Rip Asuko is holding down right click. I think his is glued down. He's just doing this work. He's just doing this job. He's just there, just
play the role. Play the role you're given. You gotta.
Hey, it works.
Everyone's doing their
NX
part.
is doing this. NX is doing this part a little too well. I'll be honest. He is absolutely cooking on the Phoenix. He called himself one of the best Star Wars players in the world. He got to rank 1. And he's showing us why he is soon to be one of the world's best. Because right now he is putting on a performance we have never seen before.
I mean, Heian on this Winter Soldier as well. Just able to ground some of the early flyers from Assemble Fire, JT3. Okay, now off the Thor, off the Groot, now onto the Captain America. We love a good Captain America on JT3. They have made wonders in the past. Just wants to maybe do a bit of a stronghold here, taking this high ground as Assemble Fire slowly but surely get their cart across the counter. Very fragmented plays right now from the side of Crazy Raccoons. No one's really grouped up, but a great steal onto 0-1, denied by NX, who repositions immediately up top, sniping out, beating. I mean, you're laughing, but it's absolutely maniacal. This what's happening from the side of Crazy Raccoon.
Not only is his shots crisp, his positioning is even better. Starts out in the low ground, moves up to the high ground immediately just to get that extra little bit of just get extra slippery with it, and it just creates so much chaos for Assemble Fire. They call out NX on the low ground, but next thing you know, he's already up on the high ground. And look at this, NX doing the same exact motion.
Yeah, that's unbelievable. The way Crazy Raccoon's playing right now is so fluid. It's water. They're all over the place. They're flowing into places that they should not be. And Heian's just taking hits. But look at the zoning tool. They're looking at. They're playing with each other.
Oh my goodness, Heian kind of just uppercuts onto NX, showing Assemble Fire, hey, you gotta deal with this thing. You gotta deal with that ulti that NX kind of just T-posing in front of your spawn. So you guys need to deal with that. My mate Nate will finally pick onto J-Mac with the Squirrel Girl. A decent pick up here. But will it be enough as the Tsunami does come down? NX is on the same level as that Tsunami, is moving, is dashing, is trying to keep himself alive, and he will do so successfully as my mate Nate is going to push in as well. But for now, Assemble Fire starting to gain some ground.
Indeed, it's my mini on this Squirrel finding Heian. A crucial pick. Now that backline being dismantled by the side of 0-1. Gamma radiation is a bit too much to handle, but at least forces out this fate of both worlds to try and get Crazy Raccoon back on this point.
Ooh, great dash to dodge away from the hand of Khonshu, but NX will get traded out finally by Mafia as my mate Nate will take out Seunghoon, and it looks like Crazy Raccoon will be forced to retreat, will be forced to come back, but the Karmic Revival is going to be used by J-Mac to keep Seunghoon back in the fight. NX switches over to the Doctor Strange, maybe to get his portal in, but where will it be? It'll be from the skies as NX gets taken dangerously well, is forced to float out to safety. And now Assemble Fire closing in on this first point. Can they make it in with 1 minute to spare?
Dance with the boss fight erupts somewhere on it. The madness from NX finds their mark, but he begins in 0-1, able to counter back. Now the Raccoon comes up to bring back the Atom Warlock. They're pressing the issue though. They're making space. They're trying to harass this backline, and in the midst of it all, it's going to be J-Mac falling. Kiss Me More finds their elimination, unfortunately. It's the first point claim for Assemble Fire. They'll have to do a bit more if they want to match and push us into overtime.
Yep, NX. A little bit of a hiccup there. Was forced on the Doctor Strange to try to just get the team regrouped, collected together, ready for another push. But unfortunately, it just wasn't enough, and Assemble Fire will not go down without a fight, and will take first point as Heian switches over to the Psylocke with the Freedom Charge from JT3. It's going to keep everyone alive as NX also using the dive to try to zone away Assemble Fire, but this push for now is in favor of Assemble Fire with that Eternal Bond in as NX provides the AoE, JT provides the finisher, Asuko as well. Nate also finishes down Heian, but in the end, the trades are all lighting up in favor of Crazy Raccoon, and they will stunt another push.
Great spark collection from NX, and just following up with the incredible Hulk means it's Bastion time for anyone in close proximity now, ready for a bit of a counter push. Look how spread out Crazy Raccoons are, right? No one's really playing together, which means that it's so hard to focus your fire. If you're the side of Assemble Fire, you have to pick your battles, but JT3 makes it hard, especially when you have a Hulk bleeding down your neck. Mafia will go down, and this forces out both the Tsunamis, as well as, I believe, the fate of both worlds. Behemoth will fight about the Rip, which is maybe a bit of a saving grace, but now it's gonna be the dance of the butterflies trying to attack this back line.
Yeah, the dance is going to take out Nate as Baity will take out JT3. The Freedom Charge is going to get immediately shut down. That is a key ultimate gone in favor of Crazy Raccoon as Hyon is trying to keep his team afloat. NX will stack on top of it, and Hyon as well, the two duelists of Crazy Raccoon doing all the work right now as Crazy Raccoon yet again stagger Assemble Fire away.
Absolutely ridiculous, right? The fact that JT3 went down, didn't pop the Freedom Charge, but somehow Crazy Raccoon still managed to hold down the forward NX caught a little bit. Oh, has to
Defensive.
force out the ultimate. Actually, that's a big win if you Assemble Fire. Still, the zoning tool is important, able to get some sparks in hand, but regardless, the Assemble Fire pushing through this little chokehold here. The sparks are adding a little bit more damage, but NX regardless still has to back it off and just trying to zone down that Iron Fist and Kiss Me More.
Yep, here we go. Eternal Bond, top by Mafia to kick things off. 0-1 getting dangerously low, has the Meteor available. But when does he pull the trigger? When does he go for it? As Behemoth and Kiss Me More stack up to find two. That's two of the strategists gone on Crazy Raccoon. No heals available on Crazy Raccoon. NX, I don't think he's realized what kind of situation he's in, but Hyon with the dance will find two. And that's going to be a great response coming in from Crazy Raccoon, but is it enough to stop them from getting the second point?
I mean, it's kind of a bit of parade right now. He's going straight in.
Oh my God.
Onto Behemoth. The Crystal Lady out of action. Kiss Me will find the demise as JTP now eyes on the back line. Together with my mate Nate, who falls to the demise after setting up the Tsunami. It's now overtime triggered. The Assemble Fire has to get on the side, but they're not even on the point. JT3 acts as a distraction with the incredible Hulk being pulled up. Nobody is on this card. This overtime is being triggered. Finally, somebody is holding on.
No way, it's denied. They stopped it.
It's out.
1, 2,
Behemoth
3.
gets grabbed by the leg from the Hulk, and that's it. It's a lockout from the side of Crazy Raccoons against Assemble Fire.
What a play from Asuko. Denies any sort of stall coming in from Assemble Fire. A great grab, a great slam, and a great win for Crazy Raccoon. Oh my gosh. What a play from Crazy Raccoon. They are just locked in so much right now, and I'm at a loss for words. Crazy Raccoon just dominant all around.
I mean, it's unbelievable that Rip on the Hulk was able to deny Behemoth running in as Captain America, grabs Captain America by the leg and slams him on the ground. That is poetic to end off and deny and let that overtime bleed out for Assemble Fire.
Oh my gosh, and look what it's done for them. The Doctor Strange man providing so much benefit in favor of Crazy Raccoon. If they had the Desperation Teleport there, I'm sure that fight would have played out a lot differently. But with that Doctor Strange taken away, that's just one less safety net that Assemble Fire can really rely on. And that was all the difference it made as Crazy Raccoon with a dominant 2-0.
Dominant indeed. I mean, that's a bit of an understatement, to be honest, right? On their attack half, they were pushing. At some point in time, after they capped the first point, it was like 5 minutes, 20 seconds. And then, you know, the readjustments from NX, the aggressive portals, the aggressive JT3 group walls that you're seeing right now just ended off with like 4 minutes, 30 seconds on their half. And then, yes, sure, Assemble Fire did put up a bit of a fight on their attack half. And it was led by the likes of, 0-1. My mate Nate switching on to the Squirrel Girl, finding those picks pretty early on. Well, not that early. That's the thing. Like, I felt like they bleeded so much time in the first leg that it just got down to the wire at the end.
Yeah, and the incredible defense coming in from Crazy Raccoon and X. Oh my goodness. We cannot stop talking about this guy. He is seemingly coming out of nowhere. Just, like, yeah, he's a complete rookie. He's never played on a competitive roster as of from what we've seen so far in our research and our records. But NX really already making a name for himself already on day 2 of stage 2. And there's a lot of high hopes for this guy. And Crazy Raccoon as a whole looking really, really strong here in Group A.
Indeed. And it takes, a whole village, indeed. I mean, the likes of JT3, Hope, Hyen, just able to rally around their star player, JMac and Sunghoon, obviously right there with them to provide the back end heals. I think, yes, it is the positioning, but it's also those mid-round calls that are so important for Crazy Raccoons to say, look, we're going to play very loose. At no point in time, really, if you took a snapshot of the map, an aerial view of Midtown, did Crazy Raccoons look like there was some level of formation of the 6 players on the field? It was all kind of fluid. They were diving around, NX taking weird positions, JT3 being in an absolute anguish of a vanguard, be it on the Groot on the attack or JT3 on the Captain America on the defense. It's the fact that right at the final moments, JT3 ran the Hail Mary strat, right? Just took left corner, dragged away key members from Assemble Fire away from the cart, and that just bought them so much time. The fluidity is beautiful from Crazy Raccoons.
I know, it's just something great to see from Crazy Raccoon. The 3rd place finisher here in stage 1, now coming back with a vengeance in stage 2 with a bit of an adjustment here with some roster changes, and now look how much it's done for them. And now things are looking so good, and we are gonna interview NX yet again. We did talk with him for a little bit yesterday, and now we get to
run it back.
Yeah, get to run it back. Ask a little bit more questions, and here he is. NX, how are you feeling after that one?
Pretty bored, honestly.
Oh,
Okay,
wow,
okay.
All right. Shots fired. Fighting words. I like it. Yeah, we were just talking about yesterday you being cool, calm, and collected, and you walking into this interview with us even more so. Like, bring us a fight. That's what I'm hearing. And honestly, you put up numbers today. I gotta say, Crazy Raccoons today looks so fluid in terms of positioning. Was this a decided strat that you wanted to run in terms of trying to be more fluid around the field, or is it just everyone's play styles blending towards each other?
To be quite honest, like we do practice a lot, but this was not a match where that practice came to fruition. Like we simply did not need it.
Okay, so in a sense, there is some more tactics, more plays that are still hiding away in the sleeves, and they probably will be pulled out when needed. But I also have to ask, you're also a fellow American, I'm also an American. Our sleep schedules have been flipped. Everything is a little bit crazy. How have you been adjusting to this? I know it's very difficult, at least for myself, but from a player standpoint, how have you been adjusting to like scrim with the team, getting everything, all the practice in? How has everything been so far?
I've been loving it personally. I'm a bit of a night owl myself. I do enjoy, clocking in for practice and going to bed right after. It gives some space in my schedule.
I like it. No, that makes sense. It's always a little tough, with these time zones and these cross-regional players like yourself. I'm gonna look a little bit ahead at tomorrow's matchup for Crazy Raccoons versus XOXO. Nervous, excited? What's the feel like for the team against a big team like XOXO?
Oh, I'm very excited because quite frankly, I think they're the main competition in our group. I think Sungjuk Woo specifically, he's the best player in Southeast Asia, undoubtedly. So I'm very excited to see what they throw at us. I'm
liking the excitement here. We're also looking forward to it. And I think we can close things out here. NX, thank you so much for joining us again. And go get that well-deserved rest.
Yep, thank you.
And that was
And,
NX from the Crazy Raccoons team. The, like you call it, second day of debut here for the Marvel Rivals Ignite Series Asia region. I mean, phenomenal. But hey, flex. The aura farming from this kid is phenomenal.
Yeah, like we talked about this. He seemingly comes out of nowhere. He just comes in, guns blazing, lands every shot, refuses to elaborate, and then moves on to the next match. But yeah, looking ahead, like you said, we're so excited to see how Crazy Raccoon play out against XOXO1. Both these teams have played in stage 1 and now are going to find each other yet again in stage 2.
Indeed. I mean, it's gotta feel good for Crazy Raccoons. 2 games in, 2 points under your belt here in Group A. It's starting to really solidify the winners and the losers in this group stage. Might I remind everyone, each group has 6 teams, and only the top 4 team will be able to move into the playoffs by the end of next week. So a great start, obviously, from the Crazy Raccoon team. Doesn't sound like they have sweat so much, but it's just gonna get tougher moving forward against the likes of some of these stronger players like XOXO tomorrow.
Yeah, XOXO1 and versus Crazy Raccoon, that very well really could be the match of the night. I'm taking a look at the lineup for tomorrow, and yeah, I'm not gonna lie, Crazy Raccoon versus XO really might be the match of the night tomorrow, and that's something you gotta look forward to, because right now things are starting to heat up here in Ignite Stage 2.
Indeed, and the interview was very telling, actually. The fact that like they kind of walked into this game, this matchup, right, not really preparing anything, which means their scrapbook runs deep, right? They at the moment loosey-goosey was because they were just kind of fooling around, as you can tell, between Heian and NX on those final moments, just T-posing and a bit of a shot from the underling, not underling, but the Bucky that was on the ground. I mean, great vibes at the moment, but that's so superficial. They have scrapbooks that run deep, and they're ready to rip it out whenever the time calls.
Yeah, that's a scary thought. That form of Crazy Raccoon, that was like maybe what, 5%,
1% of their power.
Yeah, 1% of their power. Yeah, we don't know their potential, and come playoffs, what are we gonna see from this team if they do make the playoffs, which on paper right now is looking very, very likely. I'm worried for everyone else in the tournament. The Crazy Raccoon may be the surprise of the tournament.
Indeed. And consolations for Assemble Fire. Unfortunately, you walk away with this matchup with another L under your belt, and it's a hard one to swallow. Like the likes, some of these names that are beloved to myself that we've seen through stage 1, the likes of Mafia, the likes of 01, the likes of Bainey as well. And unfortunately, it just quite isn't working. They've pulled a few strats out of their book to try and counter the Crazy Raccoons today, as well as on-site gaming yesterday, and couldn't find their rhythm of things. I felt like at no point in time during the matchups were they in control of the momentum and the way the pacing of everything works out, right? I feel like whenever they pushed an ultimate out, they were always countered instead of the other way around. Right? Where's the control in that?
Yeah, and just that push and pull from Crazy Raccoons, just picking on Assemble Fire at this point is just, like you said, it's hard for Assemble Fire to process that they are down 2 losses, but still a lot of time left for Assemble Fire to come back. But right now it's slowly but surely looking a little dire for them.
It is. It's like, kudos to my Thai folks. Probably just kind of don't worry about it tonight. Tonight's just, hey, head home, just get some sleep, and tomorrow morning they can probably think about how best to reapproach these things and kick it off in their next series. So I think that's honestly the best thing to do right now. You can't be stewing so long. This is a marathon, right? It's 5 days. Sorry, I can't math. 8 days of group stages, 4 days of playoffs. It is indeed a marathon. So, you know, as esports players, you got your athletes, you gotta get your sleep, you gotta get your mental up, and that's like half the battle won.
Yeah, and then also staying sharp as well, right? You got to get the tactics down. You got to get that cohesion as well, that synergy going. And yeah, it's just a lot to work on. But Assemble Fire, they there's a reason why they were invited back, and I'm sure they will find ways to clap back here in this tournament.
That's true. It could be a little bit of a lag time for them to, you know, take a bit of a momentum under the belt. Maybe they need a karmic revival themselves. I'd buy a smoothie like that called karmic revival. But hey, enough of my yapping and my business ideas. The match results speak true for us all to see. We went the
Finally got a
distance here
third.
in the first matchup. Finally got a third on day number 2, and it was a bit of an upset, right? With Zero Tenacity kind of throwing Rejects off their throne a little bit. You know, stumbling the previous winner of stage 1. That was probably the biggest surprise in today's matchups.
Yeah, Zero Tenacity coming out, squeaking out a win against Reject. Like we said, Group B really might be the group of death, like we've been talking about time and time again. And Zero Tenacity, with a win under their belt, is putting Reject at the back foot. And as time goes on, we're gonna have to see how Group B really shakes up, because that one is going to be a very, very interesting result to see. But for now, Group A, also something worth looking at, as Crazy Raccoon now have 2 points under their belt, 2 wins, and are leading Group A.
They are indeed. They have had 2 series matchups, so do take note of that. But yes, indeed, it must feel pretty good for this graphic to be leading the charge. And on to Group B. It's 1 apiece for these 6 teams. And things will start separating, you know. We talk about it being early group stages, being important to nail down these dubs to get yourself a bit of an advantage, a bit of a confidence boost, really, for your team and your coaches and your players. And that's precisely what OEG, Rejects, plus Genji have done from this perspective. So that's real important. Wow, wait. I think it's actually Zero Tenacity who's got 1 point, no?
Oh yeah, that is correct. Yep, that graphic is slightly incorrect. Rejects should be at 0. Zero Tenacity should be at 1. So don't let the graphic fool you. We've got the correct information here. But looking
we
ahead,
saw it with our own eyes.
We are going to take a look at these next matches. Rocket University going up against Zero Tenacity. ONG Onside Gaming up against Incipients. We'll highlight the second match. The third one will be Reject versus OEG Esports. And then the final match, which arguably will be the match of the night, Crazy Raccoon up against XOXO1.
Yeah, wild. 3rd place versus 4th place from stage 1. It is a battle of the titans. It is the matchup actually from Group A, so that's going to be humongous to see how that pans out. But hey, these other 3 matchups that lead up to the final one is equally as important. We're going to see how these teams kind of get the edge over each other. It's a lot of OQs versus OQs. Looking at you know, Zero Tenacity wanting to imprint their lead in Group B. We're gonna see Incipients or Onsite Gaming get their first dub under their belt at some. Sorry, Onsite Gaming already has 1, but Incipients hopefully get 1 of themselves. And hey, surprise, surprise, OEG already has 1 point over Rejects. So that'll be interesting to see if Rejects can tie it right back up.
Yes, there's a lot of different storylines to keep an eye out for, not only from Crazy Raccoon and EXO. It's also going to be everyone else, like Rocket University looking to find the first point for themselves up against Zero Tenacity. And then also Incipients also looking for their first point as well. So a bunch of different lines to look at, a bunch of different stories that we are more than excited to guide you through. But that will have to wait.
Indeed, and you know it's gonna be me and Dan. I'm surprised we haven't talked about this earlier, Dan. But it's gonna be me and you taking the rest of the cast this week. Actually, for those who have been with us since stage 1, it's gonna be Spicy Posh plus Nell, who will be taking the reins next week onwards. And you know we're excited to be the main hosts for this week. But you know for those looking out for the other 2 duos, they are just around the corner, and they're going to be bringing in season 4, which is going to be super exciting. I know a lot of people in chat already have been trying out Angela. I cannot wait to get my hands on this flying Vanguard.
Yeah, it's looking a very exciting hero to pick up, especially with all that displacement being available to that hero. But yeah, like you said, we are still on 3.5. The first week of competition here in the Asia region will stay on the 3.5, but starting today, everyone else will get their hands on Season 4.0 with our official roadmap you see on the screen. You've got a lot of arcade game modes, you got costumes on the way, you've got the new battle pass, you've got Angela, you've got so much different levels of content that you can access starting today.
Yeah, and September 26th as well, middle of that roadmap, I spy with my little eye, a little new map coming out, Heart of Heaven, it seems like. Not quite sure what that is. I haven't done a lot of information digging around that, but I'm excited, you know, with the new maps. I feel like there's always some variation, some interesting gimmick that a lot of NetEase brings into Marvel Rivals. Is interesting, be it, you know, like it's symbiotic surface with those bridges and those barriers, or Spider Island's Hap in the Sky. It's so beautiful, and the universe building that's happening around Marvel Rivals is amazing.
And speaking of universe building, we've got our new release skin for Angela, which has upgraded as per your command. Rest assured, with her on your side, the scum will soon face the public eye's judgment. Angela's Scold 2099 costume makes her appearance in Season 4, aka today, and we can't wait. I like this skin. It's just so visually appealing. Look at it. Doesn't this make you want to become an Angela main? I don't. If that doesn't make you be one, I don't know what will.
Yeah, the neon colors are popping. And speaking of neon colors, we obviously have the Blade Will of Galactica costume, which is going to be the 4th twist drop in this series. Good news, chat. It has been live for the last 55 minutes, so be sure to lock in your Marvel Rivals account with your Twitch account and get those drops underway. You can be watching any of the official Marvel Rivals channel, but as you know, we've already gone and concluded the 4th series and likely will be ending soon. You are more than welcome to hop on any other Twitch channel that is playing Marvel Rivals and help garner and gather your time for your Twitch drops.
Yeah, and not only you get the drops here, you also have your favorite streamers as well, so you can start stacking up that reward right now. But obviously, you would want to do it here, right here on the Marvel Rivals official channel, watching Ignite Stage 2 of the Asia region. No better place to do it.
No better place to do it. I mean, we've got banger after banger. I don't even feel tired right now, Dan. I'm so just adrenaline pumped with the amount of crazy plays and insane mechanics that we're seeing from these players time and time again. And it's only day 2. Some of these teams haven't even dug out and unleashed their biggest power. They haven't dropped the weights off their ankles, and I'm pretty sure it'll happen, and I want everyone in chat to be there to watch it as well.
Yeah, and with that, I think that'll wrap us up here for day number 2 of Ignite Stage 2 here in the Asia region. We will take a momentary pause, a slight abatement of peace before we come back for day number 3 here in the Asia region. I'm that one, Dan. Next to me is Multitudes, and we'll be back for more action tomorrow. Have a good one, everyone.